In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand rising, grand rising. It is Friday, finally Friday. Please excuse me, I was 5 minutes delayed. I apologize. It is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Oh my God. It has been a lot of craziness being exposed this week. Just insanity that has been being exposed. And I just really think about I just find it hard to believe that there is no shame in these adults that are running our country to expose children, children that they are supposed to care so much about the minds of these children, and that they are banning books out of libraries, the behavior of our elected officials that they put on full display. It's just mind boggling. The behavior of these adults that run this country, that they put on full display, so unprofessional, so disgusting, so abhorrent, that they put on display. It's just embarrassing that they call themselves adults even. Oh, good morning, Faith Shaya. It is good to see you. Long time no see, but it is always good to see you. It's just so much shit that I find hard to believe. As you watch these for-profit news media talk about all of the things that mean nothing to you and how you live your life. I was talking to one of my relatives who lives in the Midwest, and she was talking about all of the storms that were going on in her state and her neighboring state. And she was talking about all the storm damage that has been going on in Indiana. And she was talking about the thousands of people who have been without power, and the thousands of more week by week who have lost power, and how many days and weeks that they have been without power, without help, any type of help from the government, and how they're out of diapers, how they're out of water, how they're out of this, all those things that I tell you guys to prepare yourself for because you're going to need it, and how there is not a one iota of help from your government. Not one iota of help. There are ragtag groups that are putting together money, Red Cross, Goodwill, these types of things. What happened to this thing called FEMA? This thing called FEMA is financed under the Department of Homeland Security. That Department of Homeland Security that just announced that they spent $20 million to buy shot gloves. Gloves that if they touch you with the gloves, you can be shot. They just spent $20 million on shot gloves, but they have not given any storm relief to the people who had trees fall on their home and who has been out of electricity for months in certain states in the United States. Maga, these idiots have ruined this country. They let Elon Musk go in our government. Do you understand how many recalls on food there are in this country right now because Elon Musk has gone in through all of our food agents, through all of our agencies, and fired so many people who work in government. You remember Project 2025 that I constantly was warning everyone about? Nobody wanted to talk about that stuff. We go on the internet to have fun and laugh. Nobody wants to talk about that stuff. No, nobody wants to talk about that stuff. You know how many food borne illnesses and diseases are on your food right now? How many food recalls there are? You know how many food processing plants are closing in the United States right now? You know that beef, the farmers who the cattle, people who raise cattle, they have the smallest herd of beef in the United States that has ever been counted since they have had cattle in the United States. With all of these cuts to our government agencies that are to keep these our food and our food sources robust in the United States, because they let a man on who by his own account use ketamine go in our government agencies and fire people, and he didn't even know or give a fuck what their jobs even were. This is where we are. So let me get into this a little bit. If you don't know, let's get into where we are with our food recalls. If you are unaware, let me share this with you. I think this is where is it? I want to share this with you. Oh, where is it? Where is it? I hope I held this. Maybe it's here. I think it's right here. Here it is. Let me share this with you. Because we are in a real bad place here in America. The overt racism of the racists marching all through our streets, saying the quiet part out loud, the shit that they used to be ashamed to say, they are no longer ashamed to say it. So let's talk about the nerd right. If you are unaware of it, I don't know how. Well, if you are unaware, you are unaware. But once you know, you cannot go back to acting like you don't know. So let's get into it. These links are in my description box.
Comment. The Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley Fascism and the War on Democracy. That's the name of a new book by our next guest, the journalist Gil Duran. The book looks at how tech billionaires, including Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, are pushing what Duran calls tech fascism. Gil Duran.
Now, I've played to you 100 times Peter Thiel talking about how he wanted to change this country in particular, and he couldn't wait to do it through democracy because it takes too long to change to make the changes that he wanted to do through democracy. He wanted to change it via technology. So therefore, Peter Thiel, who has his company, has his hands in every aspect of our government, bought himself a senator in J.D. Vance, and now who is the vice president, one fat-ridden, fat-laden heartbeat away from the president, as he flew his ass to Argentina because he doesn't want to live in the squalor which America has come under, the taking away all of the securities that used to make sure that America was a decent place to live. Now America is a shithole country, like your president wanted to pretend like all of these other countries were shithole countries. Let's look at America and what America and America's infrastructure and what America offers its people. You know, China 40 years ago used to have a broad swath of poor people. What has China did in the last 40 years? China has worked on making sure that they brought up the poor in their country. What has America done in the last 40 years? They worked on making their middle class poor people. They did the exact opposite. It has been reported that on Wednesday, it was reported. Was it Wednesday or Thursday? Wednesday or Thursday. It was reported that America now has a $40 trillion debt deficit. $40 trillion deficit. The largest deficit ever accounted for. Donald Trump, your president, in the 6 years that he has been president, he has accounted for 1/3 of that debt. Out of all president, one man in 6 years of 250 years of America having presidents, one man has been responsible for 1/3 of this $40 trillion deficit. How you doing, America? How you doing, American citizen? Well, the Trump family is doing quite well. The Trump family are making billions of dollars. Anybody connected to the Trump family are making billions of dollars. Jared Kushner is going across the world telling people that the Palestinians are going to have to be extinguished so that there can be a greater Israel project, and they're going to have to just totally extinguish a whole group of people so they can do some project, some fucking real estate project on their land like it's nothing. Who voted Jared Kushner into anything, and that he would have the audacity to open his mouth to say that they need to banish a whole ethnic group of people to build real estate on their land? Who did that? Who voted Jared Kushner into anything? But Jared Kushner is out here making billions. Now, Ivanka and Jared Kushner went over to Albania and talked about they were the new Christopher Columbuses, and they discovered a swath of land that was protected land, Albanian land, and then the people rose up against them, talking about this is not your land. How the fuck you talking about this? This is your land. We have been fighting to try to get our land back, trying to get our deeds and all our shit together. And you mean to tell me somebody gonna come up with this crooked prime minister and say that he sold this land to the Kushners? Nobody has the right to sell this land. We're trying to get our deeds and our paperwork together. Conveniently, this land has a bunker of, because every billionaire has to have a secure bunker, and their bunker was strong enough to survive a nuclear blast, because this is how crooked these motherfuckers are. This is the boldness in which they are. They are so bold that they are going to go colonize some other land, but they know that they are so disgusting that they need a nuclear bunker. But this little purchase that they made, it come to find out, the person that they purchased the land from wasn't the real owner of the land. Oh, really? Really? Come to find out, the person that they allegedly purchased the land from allegedly was some cocaine dealer. Really? Oh, really? And come to find out that Albanian land deal that we were on vacation and we jumped off the boat for a little swim, and we found this island, and we walked up to the top of the island. You remember that little poo-poo story that Ivanka Trump told you? Did she tell you that? No, she ain't told you none of that. I'm going to tell you about all of that. But let's get back into these oligarchs. Let's get into that.
Also documents how Thiel had played a pivotal role in J.D. Vance's rise to power. Duran writes, quote, "Vance is almost entirely a creation of Thiel, who bankrolled his brief stint as a Silicon Valley venture capitalist and United States senator. With Vance at Trump's side, Silicon Valley had one of their own in the White House, a tech venture capitalist one heartbeat away from the presidency."
Gil Duran joins us here in New York. He's the former opinion editor of the Sacramento Bee and editorial page editor at the San Francisco Examiner. He now publishes two newsletters, the Nerd Reich and Frame Lab. Welcome to Democracy Now!
Thank you for the jewels. I don't need to do my homework. You do your homework, and when after you get done doing your homework, and if you want to do your story, go on your channel, hit your live button, and do your story. Shannon Blanchard, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you dropping your jewels, much like I am dropping my. Did I say that China did not have billionaires? When did you hear me say that China didn't have billionaires? Shouldn't China have billionaires since China is getting all of the people doing business with China? Especially since people are no longer doing business with the United States. Wouldn't you expect them to have billionaires because people are doing business with them? Doesn't that make billionaires? What's making billionaires in the United States? Them crippling every working person in the United States, them squeezing every nickel, dime, and penny out of every person in the United States. Is that what's making billionaires? Making everything in American life a subscription, down to ink for your printer, a subscription? Is that what making billionaires in the United States? Are you serious? Okay, let's get back to our topic that obviously this person doesn't want to talk about.
Now, so let's start with the title, The Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley Fascism and the War on Democracy. Why'd you choose it?
Well, in 2024, I wrote a series for the New Republic about the extremist ideological beliefs coming out of Silicon Valley. And after I'd written a story that went really viral and got me under attack by one of these guys, someone reached out to me from the crypto world and said, we've been calling these guys the Nerd Reich for years. And that blew my mind. And I saw that no one was really using that title. And so I rebranded my newsletter, which had some boring other name, as the Nerd Reich. And that became the main message of it. But I thought it was amazing that from within their own community, this was a label that was applied to them. People understood it was fascist and was echoing Nazism in nature.
But I want to just say, the billionaire tech bros, as they are known, another name for them, haven't always been the way they are now. In fact, when Trump was first coming into office, talk about how they have changed.
During the first Trump administration, we saw something called Tech Against Trump, where there were all these tech companies standing up to Trump, filing lawsuits, opposing his crackdowns in immigration. This time around, it's completely different.
He was removed from X.
Yeah, removed from X. Facebook banned him. Now we see the opposite happening. I think what happened is that Trump was able to tap into some undercurrents in Silicon Valley with his return to power. Billionaires had become radicalized by things like the Me Too movement, by Occupy, by the Black Lives Matter movement, and then by the pandemic. And so when Trump is able to return to power, they are now in a very different mentality. They've made billions and billions of more dollars. They're even more against taxes and government, even though government is generally the basis for many of their fortunes. And so now we see a complete alignment behind Trump. In fact, Trump is being funded and supported by Silicon Valley. He wouldn't be able to do the things he's doing without the billions of dollars he's raking in open crypto corruption.
You know, in the epigraph to your book, you quote Peter Thiel from 2010. So in a way, they've changed, but this also goes back and has a longer history. And the end of that quote is, technology is this incredible alternative to politics. Can you talk about what he meant by that and what that means in terms of the kind of influence Peter Thiel has?
And what that means is that we will have flock cameras all over the United States, and we will not need politicians. We will have people being arrested on the freeway saying that a flock camera caught them in a stolen car, and a person will be taken out of their car at gunpoint. And oops, if the cop accidentally has a trigger finger and shoot the person dead, oh well, they were caught on a flock in a stolen car. And oops, if it was a mistake, oh well, it was a mistake. Is that going to bring the person life back? No, it's not. That happened last week. I think it was in Georgia. Because we have to trust the flock cameras, because they are being presented to you because this is safety. And this does what? This makes billionaires richer, trying to pretend like you need to be surveyed everywhere you go, everything you do. Let's continue.
Who he is.
Yeah. Some billionaires appear to have changed, but Peter Thiel hasn't really changed. He's been right-wing for a very long time. Peter Thiel was born in Germany, came to the United States as a child, went to Stanford, became a lawyer, studied philosophy, and then got very lucky to be in Silicon Valley in the late 1990s as things were about to take off. In 1997, he read a book called The Sovereign Individual, which predicted that in the 21st century, technology would overthrow democracy, specifically something called cybercurrency, or what we would today call crypto, which would undermine government authority, and advanced automation, which we would call AI, which would collapse the economy by destroying most jobs and concentrating wealth in the hands of a savvy few that were called the sovereign individual. And Peter Thiel has credited this crazy book with being the inspiration for PayPal, which he says was an effort to get ahead of this digital currency. It didn't.
Now, didn't I give you a whole display on Curtis Yarvin? These are people who are following the inklings of Curtis Yarvin. Even your vice president, I showed you him quoting Curtis Yarvin. Let's get into this. That these strange beliefs that technology is supposed to rule the world, and who is supposed to benefit from technology ruling the world? Of these white men who are not who are not born U.S. citizens. Isn't that peculiar? Isn't this peculiar that these non-U.S. citizens are now? Peter Thiel, he has many citizenships. He has, I think, don't quote me, around 6 citizenships. So people like them, they can get up and bounce to many different countries whenever shit gets hot. You know, like when shit got hot, when the people in California voted to have a wealth tax, a 5% wealth tax, and him and his husband and their children got up and bounced to Argentina. You know, I talked about Peter Thiel in these little towns, these little postillas. They're not towns. They're actually their own states or whatever that he develops, where they don't follow any laws of the country that they're set up in. The last one he had was in Honduras, and they after a few years, Honduras had it shut down, where it is like a private country inside the country, where they don't have to follow any of the rules of the country. They pay nothing in taxes to the country. They do nothing. They buy the property. They get some tax break by some crooked official in the country, and then they do whatever they want to. They make up their own set of rules and laws, and it's only open to the invited elite rich. And they're up there doing all type of experimental type of testing, putting chips and things in their bodies, and different type of blood transfusions, and trying to live forever, trying to extend their lives, and all of this type of hot poppycock, because they feel that they need to find the fountain of youth so they can live forever. This is what they want to do. They're not doing anything to better the world, the planet, or anything. And what do you think the Greenland issue is all about? Who do you think that we are supposed to be taking over Greenland for? What is this whole Greenland thing about? Greenland is a big Peter Thiel initiative. And why is that a Peter Thiel initiative? Because Greenland is a jam-packed with rare earth minerals that would be very lucrative for the business that Peter Thiel is. Since Peter Thiel is so embedded in the U.S. defense Department of Defense. All of those rare earth minerals that are embedded in Greenland are very, very, very lucrative to Peter Thiel. Why do you think that we invaded Venezuela? Not only for the oil. Do you know how many rare earth minerals that are being not just the oil, not just the gold? There are other rare earth minerals, rare earth mineral rich, that are very advantageous to these tech oligarchs. See, they don't even talk about that. They don't even want you to think about that. But let's continue.
Quite worked that out that way, but it made him a billionaire eventually because it provided the basis for his fortune. And he's been able to use his money to grow this influential cult of right-wing ideas in Silicon Valley, which, by the way, they were always there. This libertarian, it was called, vibe coming out of Silicon Valley in the 80s and the 90s. There were a handful of writers who wrote about it then. But what we've learned is these guys were never libertarians. They just wanted to be in charge of the government. They weren't against the government unless they don't get to be the government. So now that they are the government, we see with their true face, they're fascists and they're authoritarians.
You know, you tell the story in the book, a remarkable story of a group of these billionaire tech bros. It's not just Peter Thiel, it's several other men. Can you talk about some of these other characters that you talk about? And what is their crusade against democracy?
They have this idea, largely stemming from this Sovereign Individual book, that technology means democracy is an obsolete software system, that the United States is an obsolete country, that it won't survive the 21st century. And I want to say, I know this sounds crazy to people, but much of my book is told in the words of these men, in podcasts, in interviews, and long essays they write about it. And their problem with democracy is that they don't get to have all the power.
So you didn't have to get secret documents. I mean, you have some remarkable statements in this book. You have Balaji Srinivasan and also Curtis Yarvin. And Curtis Yarvin, I believe, talking about, in an early blog post, perhaps, talking about San Francisco and what to do with the poor.
Yeah, so this idea is that they've got, some call it the network state. Curtis Yarvin called it patchworks. Part of their apocalyptic vision for the future is that the country will be broken up. It will no longer be one country. It'll be broken up into these sort of corporate zones or fiefdoms called patchworks or network states. And the new governing structure will be these autocratic, dictator-like corporations that will have total power over their citizens. Yarvin wrote that they could even turn unproductive people into biodiesel to fuel city buses. But he said he was just kidding about that, but that what we really need for the poor is a humane alternative to genocide. So these are the kinds of ideas you see, and what's disturbing is that
this is Curtis Yarvin right here on the far right. He said you need to kill the poor people. This is what he's saying. And how many people in the United States are being made into poor people? Via Elon Musk and Doge and all of these people in this administration right now. How many people are they trying to make into the biofuel that Yarvin tried to talk tongue in cheek about? As the FDA and all of the safety nets for your food and your drugs have been taken away, how many people are they trying to turn into biofuel? As all of your jobs have been taken away, as they are trying to create AI to actually take away your jobs, who are they trying to turn into biofuel? How much biofuel are they trying to create? See, they're saying this out loud, but you're not paying attention. You think that they you think they just meant Mexicans and black people. You think that they just meant Hispanic people and black people. No, they mean you too. They mean you too.
Balaji Srinivasan, another Peter Thiel protege, because Curtis Yarvin is funded by Peter Thiel, that's the only reason anyone's ever heard of him, goes on to create this idea called the network state, which is a more startup-friendly version of this, that corporations and billionaires should fund their own cities and countries. And we're seeing that grow.
Let's go to Curtis Yarvin in his own words at the Institute of Art and Ideas, where he explained why he supports monarchical system of government.
Let's debunk this concept of liberal democracy. There's actually no such thing. Democracy in today's world just means a good or legitimate government. It means a claim to a legitimate government. Just because you call yourself a democracy doesn't mean anything. North Korea calls itself the DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That is 3 euphemisms for democracy, 1 place name, and it's a monarchy. Anything that works is a monarchy. So, for example, if you take your iPhone and you look at the box that your iPhone comes in, it says designed by Apple in California, manufactured in China. So that is 2 monarchies. Apple has a CEO and China has a dictator, and 1 oligarchy, which is the government of California, which is, by the way, basically a single party state. There are no longer competitive elections in California. So when you try to imagine the state of California in which I live, trying to build an iPhone,
Now, also, Curtis Yarvin also says that we should give up democracy and get comfortable having a dictator because what the government basically is a company, and uh, the president of the United States is basically the CEO. So that therefore, the United States should look at the country as a company with the CEO, with the president being the CEO or the dictator. This is also what Curtis Yarvin, as he talks about companies and all of this bullshit that he's spewing.
Phone or design an iPhone, the concept is ridiculous.
Let's go back to 2021 when J.D. Vance, then a candidate in Ohio for U.S. Senate, appeared on the conservative Jack Murphy Live podcast. Murphy asked Vance how to root out so-called wokeism from American institutions.
There's this guy, Curtis Yarvin. Who's
yes. This is the interview. I played this for you. He is quoting Curtis Yarvin. Your vice president was quoting Curtis Yarvin as having good ideas of exterminating wokeism. And you heard Curtis Yarvin saying that poor people should basically be biofuel. Kill them. That's how what is this wokeism? That's a code word for black people. Let's be real clear about what wokeism is. And you think that it's just for black people? It's also for anybody they decide to include into this wokeism. It's for undocumented immigrants. It's for you poor white people. It's for anybody they decide to include it. And half of them don't even know what it means themselves. You ask 10 of them what is wokeism, you'll get 20 different answers what wokeism is. These adults have no common sense, and they don't care that you see that they have no common sense. All they care is that they can use these key phrases, and they can lump a bunch of people that are non-white alleged Christians into it and throw you into a trash heap and kill you, in my opinion.
About some of these things. And so one is to basically accept that this entire thing is going to fall in on itself, right? I tend to think that we should seize the institutions of the left and turn them against the left, right? We need like a de-Bathification program, but like a de-wokification program in the United States, right?
So that was J.D. Vance back in 2021. The latest news is out of the Washington Post that President Donald Trump recently told donors in private that he wants to see his vice president, J.D. Vance, win the 2028 presidential election, a sign that he's open to publicly backing J.D. Vance. There's been this kind of war between J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. But talk about this.
He also said you need to, I forget the quote, you need to yank it out of, I forget the quote. You need to yank it out of the mouth like a bad tooth. I'll bring that quote up.
Significance of this, and as you said, J.D. Vance being a creation of Peter Thiel.
J.D. Vance is a dangerous extremist who embraces a set of ideas that should put a chill down the spine of every American. He went on in that interview to say that Donald Trump would likely win the 2024 election, and that when he did, he should purge the federal government, just like Yarvin had recommended. And in fact, he should defy the courts and the law and challenge the Supreme Court justices to force him to follow their dictates. It's pretty amazing.
And this is exactly what has happened. So what do you think is going to happen if this old cantankerous fart kicks over? This old leaky faucet that we have sitting in the White House, what happens if he keels over? Have you ever thought about that? We have a bought and paid for a puppet quoting the likes of these dummies. these drug addicted dummies, from what I can see. Peter Thiel, do you think that mankind should exist?
Amazing that you have a man on the political stage in the White House, a heartbeat away from the presidency, who has espoused such radically anti-American ideas. And I think people need to understand the degree to which he is so closely related to Peter Thiel. We wouldn't have a J.D. Vance without a Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is even the reason that J.D. Vance converted to Catholicism. He's the reason J.D. Vance became a venture capitalist and a millionaire.
How did they hook up?
Peter Thiel likes to go around speaking to schools and graduate schools. And in 2011, he went to Yale Law School and gave a speech. And J.D. Vance said it was one of the most significant moments of his life, and that Peter Thiel was one of the most intelligent people he'd ever heard. And basically, that speech convinced him to not be a lawyer and instead to become a venture capitalist. And at every step of J.D. Vance's life since then, it has been Peter Thiel who has made him who he is, who has essentially created him whole cloth.
And it's not just J.D. Vance, right? I mean, it's Bloomberg, I think, reported that 16 people connected to Thiel are in the Trump administration. Can you talk about, what kind of effect this has had in terms of policies? Like, when we hear these ideas, they sound a little outlandish, to say the least. It's hard to see them being translated into policy. But then what we've been living over the past 2 years, you're seeing a lot of this coming to fruition. So can you talk about, DOGE, for example, or the, mass layoffs at federal jobs, what happened to USAID, and where those ideas came from?
The main argument of Curtis Jarvin for a long time has been that a president should act as a dictator. And one of the ways to cement this dictator's power is to purge the federal government.
Okay, let's take a break here. Let's see this most intelligent man that your vice president said that he ever heard. Just ask a simple question: if mankind should continue to exist.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions.
I want to get this in full context. I really want to get this in full context because the full answer is he thinks that humankind should exist only if they are imparted with some type of technology. The only reason that humankind should continue to exist is if they have some technology implanted in their bodies.
But here is something I just saw today. PayPal co-founder Peter Thiel and Underil founder Palmer Luckey are launching this into the future.
Actually, we entered a period of technological stagnation, that sort of digital life was a breakthrough, but not as big a breakthrough as people had hoped, and that sort of the world was kind of stuck, basically.
Yes, I still broadly believe in the stagnation thesis. It was never an absolute thesis. So the claim was not that we were absolutely completely stuck. It was in some ways a claim about the velocity had slowed. It wasn't, zero, but
hold on. Let me find the part about mankind existing. I think if you guys haven't seen this interview, let me see.
On
again, there's like another one of his hypocrisies and contradictions. Like, it's incredibly of things on social.
Hold on.
But I'm no.
I think it's here.
Let
me see if I can find it.
Mortal body, And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere right
his
here.
utopian problems.
Transhumanism.
Transhumanism.
The alternative. Do you
Here
want
we
the?
go. Here we go.
There's so many questions implicit
Should
in
the
this.
human race survive?
Here we go.
Well,
Here we go.
and
Would
This is a lot by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes.
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation.
Imagine that he asked, "Do you want the human species to exist?" Well,
now this is the most intelligent man that your vice president ever heard speak, and made him not want to practice law. Understand this. Okay, let's continue. This is the context that I'm playing this to let you hear. The most intelligent man that your vice president. These are the people who are running our country. This is the man who is over a Palantir, the defense contractor who is running drones, drone operation called Lavender in Daddy's Home, who have been reported to be the drone operation that was used in Palestine to follow Hamas operatives to their homes, and also allegedly to seek out where Palestinian civilians were hiding and taking their lives en masse. These are the reports. And this is the man. And Alex Karp, his CEO, is always bouncing up and down in his chairs and laughing and smiling about taking lives and what Palantir can do. And we may have to take a few lives. All giddy and smiley about it, and bouncing up and down in his chair like he's bouncing up and down on some peen. Yeah, these people. This is the context. So, what has all of this done to you? Being a defense contractor, being the largest defense contractor at the Pentagon, gets you taxpayer dollars. But what has your taxpayer dollars gotten to U.S. Citizens who are going without power during these storms, with trees falling in their house, with tornadoes tearing up their houses? You hear not one word about any government support. You don't hear anyone in the government. You don't hear that Brooke Rollins come out and say a motherfucking word when these meatpacking companies close on the day of, with no notice, to thousands of people losing their jobs. You don't hear shit. But where's your government dollar then? You don't hear shit when on Wednesday has been announced that we are and have a $40 trillion deficit. And a third of it was created in the 6 years that Donald Trump has been president. In 250 years of us being a nation, Donald Trump, who is president 45 and 47, has created 1/3 of our national debt alone. But every time you hear these dumb talking heads, they talking about Biden and Obama. But you don't pay attention that they're not talking about where your tax dollar is going. But Let's see. Let's finish this answer. We ain't even done with this answer.
You know, the one thing I would like is, I don't know, maybe, I mean, yeah.
This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
Should
in this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, you know, it's always, I don't know.
How is that the alternative? Do you want the human race to survive? Well, I want them to radically solve these problems. Don't they have to survive and exist to solve the problems? It's because he knows that his vision is ultimately transhuman. And so that's where he's like trying to toe the line here. Yeah, he wants the humans to exist in a transhuman form so that they can solve his utopian problems.
You know, yeah, transhumanism is this, you know, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or I don't know, a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And a transsexual is someone where you change your, I don't know, penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. It's the critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's, man, it's so pathetically little. And okay, we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex or.
He's like, just, you know.
We want more than being a sexual or a transvestite. We want to change you into a whole what does he say? A transhuman or whatever. We want to change you into a whole half robot. That's the only way he see the benefit of humanity continuing. And this is the great mind that has illuminated the thinking of your vice president that has opened up his mind. So all of these links are in my description box. You should go over and visit that interview. This is under the nerd rank. So let's get back to our original. I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna stop screen. I just wanted you. This is who have some of the largest defense contracts in our Pentagon. Okay. And why should that disturb you? You just heard why.
Of anyone who is unwilling to.
And where those ideas came from.
The main argument of Curtis Jarvin for a long time has been that a president should act as a dictator. And one of the ways to cement this dictator's power is to purge the federal government of anyone who is unwilling to follow the orders of the dictator, basically to destroy the civil service. In addition, this is 15.
Okay. The main way is to destroy the civil service. What was the first thing that 47 did when he came back into office? Destroy the civil service. What was the main objective of Project 2025? What was the main thing of Project 2025? But you guys try to pretend like, oh, well, Trump says he's not even, he doesn't even know what Project 2025 is. He doesn't know what Project 2025 is. He's not working on Project 2025. Y'all play dumb, or were you dumb? Did you play dumb, or are you just dumb? Okay, let's continue.
Almost 20 years ago, he recommended that the United States pretty much destroy its diplomatic standing in the world and eliminate.
Now, how is the United States diplomatic standing in the world today? Even when your president said that he is not going to do any more maneuvers with South Korea, and he has had talks with North Korea and this, that, and the other. What did Kim Jong-un do? Kim Jong-un shot off rockets and said, fuck you, bitch. You ain't talked to me, and I ain't talked to you, and fuck you and what you talking about. You have not talked to me, and don't put me in your bullshit. Did you know that? Did you know that? Where does the United States stand in the world right now? Huh? How MAGA? How MAGA? Y'all hate black people and Mexicans and undocumented immigrants that much? Huh? Huh? How that working out for you? Huh? When Meemaw are gonna have a nursing bed in your motherfucking living room. No, Meemaw ain't gonna have no fucking nursing bed, because nursing beds cost. And you know you ain't got no money to put no motherfucking nursing bed in the living room. Meemaw gonna be sitting on that fucking a Goodwill couch, pissing out the cushions on that Goodwill couch, because ain't gonna be no money for no motherfucking nursing bed for Meemaw, who should be in a nursing home, but they're gonna be closed down. So Meemaw ain't gonna be in no nursing home. Meemaw gonna be in that right there in the living room pissing out the couch. And when your company come over, they're going to have to smell a whole lot of old lady piss in your living room, because you ain't got nowhere to take Meemaw no more. Ain't gonna be no nursing home. They're gonna be closed down because the big beautiful bill it's gonna ensure that over 700 hospitals are going to be shut down. Are going to be nursing homes. And you heard your president state on Easter, on that this 2026 Easter Sunday, that we don't have no money for childcare. We don't have no money for Medicare and Medicaid. We have wars to fight. But then they tried to take it down as if the internet isn't forever. On Easter Sunday, this is what your president said. Are they trying to? Did they do what they
national aid
planned
programs?
to
We
do?
saw all of that happen during dictator, basically to destroy the civil service. In addition, this is almost 20 years ago, he recommended that the United States pretty much destroy its diplomatic standing in the world and eliminate international aid programs. We saw all of that.
Did we eliminate international aid programs? Is that not one of the first things that was done when 45, 47 came back into office? Are y'all dumb, or y'all just plain dumb? Are y'all dumb, or y'all just plain dumb? Okay, so once you know, you're not gonna be able to pretend like you no longer know, because this is exactly what's happening. And while you're sitting back talking dumb shit, you need to reevaluate where you are in your life today under this administration. While you are regurgitating of the bullshit and the lies that gets you nowhere, you really need to reevaluate what this administration has done to you or for you since they have been in office. And the people around you, half of you probably obviously don't have anybody in your life that you give a fuck about or that you love. You probably don't love yourself if you continue to vote against your own interests. Let's continue.
That happened during Doge. In fact, Yarvin had updated his idea. In addition, this is almost 20 years ago, he recommended that the United States pretty much destroy its diplomatic standing in the world and eliminate international aid programs. We saw all of that happen during Doge. In fact, Yarvin had updated his idea to say that it should be a CEO who the president should install as a dictator to run rampant over the federal government. And Doge was an almost perfect expression of that. So these ideas that used to be—
What did Curtis call it? Rage?
He called it RAGE, retire all government employees. So even the 4-letter all caps acronym is an echo of Yarvin. And these are ideas that were on an anonymous, weird blog, marginal in Silicon Valley 15 years ago, and have now become policy under the Trump administration. Because when you're a billionaire, you have the power to impose these crazy ideas on everyone else. And that's what's happening. Peter Thiel's entire inner circle has infiltrated government at the same time that the Trump family is now becoming tech venture capitalists and crypto cartel moguls. There's this joining of forces. The corporate is becoming the state, and both of it's combined with apocalyptic religious movements. And that is the heart of fascism.
Where does Elon Musk fit into this picture?
Elon Musk and Peter Thiel go way back to PayPal. They started it together. They've had some tensions.
The so-called PayPal mafia.
The so-called PayPal mafia. But you'll note that Peter Thiel's considered the godfather of the PayPal mafia, even though Elon Musk is the wealthiest man in the world. Musk is certainly aware of these ideas. And when he was thinking of starting his own political party after he left Doge, he consulted with Curtis Yarvin about how to do that and what the party should say. So here's Yarvin, who knows nothing about anything, but he's considered a genius by these billionaires, largely because he tells them what they want to hear. So Elon Musk is clearly radicalized, is clearly open to these ideas. I'm not sure that he reads a lot about these things as much as he just believes the basic idea behind this, which is that wealthy white technologists should be the ruler of the world and then the galaxy and the universe. This is the cosmology coming out of Silicon Valley these days.
Where do women and people of color fit into this picture?
At the bottom of the hierarchy, if they exist at all. Look at what's happening with the USAID cuts. A targeted hit delivered against the poorest people in the world by the richest man in the world, with millions of people projected to die. These billionaires who promise abundance because of AI, well, we already have abundance, and we're not sharing it. Look at what they're doing to the poorest people today. And if you listen to the apocalyptic visions that AI will kill all jobs and transform everything, they say that, well, don't worry, everyone will get a share of the extreme universal wealth that's created. But that's not what we're seeing today. And we can't really believe that when they say that. Fascism is about imposing a hierarchy, a moral order. And white, wealthy Western men are at the top of that moral order in fascism.
What is tech fascism?
Tech fascism is like classic fascism in most respects. It's a cult of grievance and self-victimization that seeks to return to a mythical greatness by purging its demonized enemies, using propaganda focused on law and order, gender and sexuality, in order to impose a permanent hierarchical structure on the world. This hierarchy is what they consider the moral order of the world. And in their idea, it's basically that rich white men should rule the world and the universe, and that's the way things should be.
It's very interesting. At the end of his presidential term, President Biden warned about the tech billionaires. Talk about what he said.
In his final speech as president, Biden said that the democracy was in danger from what he called a tech industrial complex that had become radicalized and powerful and that was rising in our midst. And it's not clear why he waited till his final speech to warn everybody, because this thing was growing in plain sight for a few years. But I start my book with that because I want people to understand this is not just one journalist with a newsletter saying this. This is something that the president of the United States declared in his final speech, clearly intending to warn people about what was coming. And a few days later, Elon Musk stood behind the presidential seal at an inaugural event for Trump and threw a Hitler salute.
And everybody tried to pretend like, oh, that he put his hand up, and you saw your pet for-profit media never said that he did a Hitler salute. They tried to call this everything else, everything, and then some said, "Oh, he had autism. He did that. My heart goes out to you." All of this bullshit. Tried to say it was everything but what we obviously knew it to be.
We've seen the rest of this regime since then follow these terrifying, scary contours of history with masked armed goons roaming around, targeting immigrants, people being prosecuted for protesting, etc. So I think that...
and look at the great inauguration. All of the tech billionaires, even sitting in front of the billionaire cabinet members. Well, millionaires and billionaires. Some are billionaires. A lot of billionaire cabinet members. But millionaires and billionaire cabinet members. Who got first pick? the Jeff Bezos, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the guy who's over Apple, the guy who's over Google, and of course Elon Musk.
The president's warning was important, but it came far too late.
Yet many of these same tech billionaires had supported President Obama before. What changed their mind and sort of cemented this fascist turn?
It was in their interest at the time because Democrats had power. And look, no one should be happier than the tech billionaires. They have won our system. They have all the money. They have tremendous influence and power.
Who we spend that aid on? Who do we spend that aid on? Be specific. You're full of shit. We don't spend that aid on anybody. We don't spend 10 times as much aid on anyone. And for Africa to get aid, they want Africa to give all of the health information to continue to give Africa any aid. What are you talking about? Just because you say it doesn't make it true. You're stupid and you're dumb. And don't continue to come in here saying lies that soothe your feelings. Put a fact on it. What aid are we spending? What aid are you speaking on? We spend more aid than the next 10 countries combined. What aid specifically are you talking about, David Freeman? Where are we spending aid? We don't even spend aid in our own country. So what the fuck are you talking about? Who the fuck do you think is stupid other than yourself? Oh, you don't think you're stupid, but I know you are. Be specific. Oh, nothing to say? Oh, all of a sudden you have nothing to say. Oh, type. Since you wanted attention, type. Who are we spending aid on? We're spending aid to buy bombs to drop on school children. Is that the aid you speak of? Type. We're not even feeding our soldiers out there on the USS Abraham Lincoln. So who the fuck we spending aid on? Motherfucker, type, bitch. Coming in here thinking people stupid when you're stupid.
Or a lot of these guys like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and David Sachs, they're immigrants. They weren't even born here. They came to our country and they became massively successful and wealthy. And now they're full of anger and they feel like it's not enough and they want more. And with Trump, they see now in their own self-interest, or so they think, the opportunity to completely change how our country works, to disrupt democracy. This is largely what venture capitalists do. They bet on disruptive technologies that can provide a massive return of some kind in terms of profit. And they've bet on Trump and on fascism as a way to destroy democracy and make sure billionaires don't have to worry about other people and the threat of the vote in the future. That's very much the project they're working on.
Talk about the men who stood behind President Trump and how unusual it was in his second inauguration.
Definitely. You had Mark Zuckerberg, who had previously banned Trump from Facebook at his inauguration. You had the head of Google, Sundar Pichai, there. You had Elon Musk, which is really no surprise. Jeff Bezos, who for many years seemed like a heroic guy to some people, the guy who was going to save the Washington Post. And now it's become the opposite of that. The Washington Post editorial page, which in normal times would be a watchdog against corruption and excess, is now a lapdog for Donald Trump's regime.
Of course, it was Bezos who intervened when they were going to endorse Kamala Harris and said there would be no endorsement.
Yeah, that's where it started. And we've seen the results since then. It's hard to even recognize the Post. I mean, they're good reporters there on the news side still, but the editorial page has become a complete lapdog for Donald Trump. And this is how that works. That's money chasing power and power chasing money.
So, for example, how does Zuckerberg change?
Zuckerberg is just doing what he thinks is his own self-interest. I see Zuckerberg largely as a follower. The thing to keep in mind about Zuckerberg, though, is that the first major investor in Facebook was Peter Thiel. Wherever you look in the story of how Silicon Valley billionaires have become radicalized against democracy, you find the influence of Peter Thiel lurking not far away. If Kamala Harris had won the election, we would see an entirely different behavior out of these people. You know, they would be promoting diversity and putting people of color in important positions and espousing progressive values. But now the mask is fully off, and we see what these people truly are. You can't go this hard in favor of an authoritarian regime and expect to ever recover your reputation. So they're kind of locked in now, which makes them desperate and I think makes them more dangerous.
And who do they turn to for inspiration? Who are the world leaders in other countries that inspire them? And they've also set their sights beyond the United States as well. There are projects in Honduras and Greenland.
Yeah, I mean, they love authoritarianism because it's more, especially authoritarianism that is open to capital investment where you can buy what you want. I mean, it was Mark Zuckerberg who asked the dictator of China to name his child and he refused. I mean, this is bizarre behavior from a tech CEO. In Honduras, though, they've created this project called Prospera, which is supposed to be this new territory, a wannabe nation where they make their own rules, laws, and regulations. And you're starting to see this idea pop up in different parts of the world. There's one now being built in Kazakhstan where the government plans a crypto megacity. And this comes from this same group of ideas, which some call the network state cult. This idea that we should invest in creating new territories that will become independent countries in the 21st century and give all of these billionaires escape routes when their prophesied apocalyptic collapse of democratic nations takes place.
Did we just not talk about that earlier? Okay, so since JHG, you are so stressed, you want to get off the actual topic that is being talked about because you think that your bullshit and your lies actually are effective. Let's talk about the facts. As of 2026, the United States have 989 billionaires, while China has 539 billionaires. The United States currently leads the world in billionaire counts, with 989 individuals holding 10-figure fortunes, collectively worth approximately $8.4 trillion. This includes 15 of the 20 richest people globally, such as Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, reflecting the dominance of technology and investment sectors in the U.S. wealth creation. Forbes 2026, and I quote, and I give you the source of this information. Where is your source? Cite your source of the bullshit that you just tried to write in my chat that China has more billionaires than the United States, bitch. China follows with 539 billionaires, a record high for the country with a combined wealth of about 2.2 trillion. The growth in Chinese billionaire has been fueled by sectors like artificial intelligence, consumer goods, and technology, with notable figures including Zhang Yingming, co-founder of ByteDance. Forbes 2026, and I quote, and I cite, historically, China had more billionaires than U.S. in previous years, but the U.S. overtook China in 2025 with 870 billionaires compared to China 823, according to the Hong Global Rich List. This shift was largely attributed to a surge in U.S. stock market and stronger U.S. dollar. Okay, so cite your source. Can you cite your source? Can you cite your source? Oh, uh, well, what I can tell you, don't come in my chat acting like you know what you do not know. Now you're talking about Obama and Bill Clinton. What Bill Clinton didn't do? What Bill Clinton didn't do? He didn't add a third of the country's deficit to our country. What Bill? Well, you know what Bill Clinton did do? He balanced the budget. That's what Bill Clinton did do. You want to talk about Bill Clinton? Let's talk about the deficit going to $40 trillion under Donald Trump on Wednesday. You want to talk about Bill Clinton and 45-47? Let's talk about Bill Clinton balancing the budget. And under 45-47, the United States has a $40 trillion deficit. Since you want to talk about Bill Clinton, do you really want to talk about Bill Clinton? At least Bill Clinton side piece wasn't hopping in the trunk of cars. At least Bill Clinton's side piece wasn't trying to evade getting a security clearance while looking at and sitting in on meetings with dignitaries and looking at a confidential information that she wasn't privy to and being allowed to do so. At least that wasn't happening. Since you want to talk about Bill Clinton, fuck you talking about? Let's get back on topic. Let's get back on topic. See, they get mad when they can't talk about the topic at hand. They are way back talking about Bill Clinton, but they don't want to talk about that this $40 trillion deficit under 45-47, of which he has created a third of in his 6 years of being president. They don't want to talk about that. Talk about the facts. Talk about today.
And Trump himself has promised to build 10 new freedom cities in the United States. These would be new private cities built by corporations on federal land. It was part of his 2024 platform. And what was interesting to me in my reporting was that though people like Politico and others reported superficially that Trump had promised to build these cities, no one has ever explained what's a freedom city, why do we need freedom cities, and where does the idea come from? It comes from these crazy, radical Silicon Valley network state ideas.
Can you talk about Peter Thiel, both as founder of PayPal, but then Palantir, and the role Palantir has played, how it's been used by militaries, domestic and foreign, for example, to spy on people?
What's interesting about Peter Thiel is that for many years, people described him as a libertarian. But for most of the time that Peter Thiel's been in the public eye, he's actually been a government surveillance and military intelligence contractor through Palantir, a company named after this all-seeing stone wielded by an evil wizard in The Lord of the Rings. And Palantir has...
And that right there ought to tell you something. If they're not even trying to pretend that Palantir is supposed to be something good. They're telling you what it is in the name itself.
Quickly become one of the most well-known and I'd say most hated tech companies in the country because it's being embedded in the military, in intelligence, in ICE operations, and as part of this massive surveillance apparatus coming out of Silicon Valley that is now partnering with an authoritarian regime. And something interesting about Peter Thiel, back in 2010, he gave a speech in which he said government was fundamentally evil. And this guy, he's talking to a group of libertarians. He's a government surveillance contractor, which is about as far away from the libertarian idea as you can get. And so what you see is a group of men who opposed government until they saw the chance to claim government power for themselves. And Palantir is raking in billions of dollars in government contracts under Donald Trump as Silicon Valley pumps billions of dollars into the Trump family. It's a tower. Technology has proved to be a weapon of mass corruption in Washington. If you look at how much the crypto cartels are spending in our elections, they're now the biggest spender in politics. 10 years ago, they weren't even in existence in the political game.
Explain what they are.
Yeah. Crypto? Crypto is a fake digital wannabe currency that's mostly useful for scams, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and crime, and gambling. And a very small percentage of Americans use crypto, less than 20%. You reported a few years ago it was 14%. But they are now the biggest moneyed force in American politics, basically holding our political system hostage by promising to spend tens of millions of dollars against any politician who dares to challenge crypto and doesn't support crypto in any way. This would be like
and less than 16% of Americans use crypto. Make that make sense. Maga. Y'all gonna ring out them couch cushions that Mima is in there pissing on because her nursing home got closed down. Maga. Y'all gonna wash Mima's feet as she's laid up on that Salvation Army couch in your double wide trailer because her nursing home got shut down. Maga, turn over Mima on that Salvation Army couch, so she won't get no bed sores. Knowing y'all, Mima gonna have some maggots in those bed sores because she's not gonna have not social security or any what is that, social security or what is the other one? She's not going to have no government assistance to put her in a nursing home. You know, those nursing homes, they're making these for-profit nursing homes for the rich people. There is not going to be any government assistance for Mima. So you better make sure you flip Mima over more routinely. And pull some of that lint off of Mima's bed sores. Because the government don't have no money for Mima in her bed sores. Capiche?
A drug cartel suddenly entered American politics and threatened anybody who refused to legalize cocaine or heroin. This is what we're watching here, yet it's become completely normalized.
And how does President Trump and his family fit into that picture?
President Trump spent years describing crypto as a scam against the dollar. And on the day he returned to the White House, he became a crypto billionaire. And he is now the country's crypto bro in chief. His entire family is cashing in with Bitcoin mining, with coin scams. Even Melania had a coin that sucked money out of dummies and then enriched the Trump family. So it's amazing. At one point, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump family's fortune had increased by $5 billion thanks to crypto. But because crypto is so scammy and volatile, it's now down to about 1.2, I think, in today's news reporting.
I want to go back to Palantir. You were banned from X for criticizing Palantir. Can you talk about what happened?
In April, I was banned from X for criticizing Palantir's manifesto that they published as fascism. You said TLDR fascism. Too long didn't read fascism. But that follows a weird trend. The year before, Facebook banned links from my newsletter from being posted. And when I asked why, a representative said it's because I write about the network state and I criticize tech figures, which was an amazing thing for a rep from Facebook to say. And after that got media attention, they reversed it. I was also banned by X when Elon Musk first bought it. And right now, YouTube is threatening to take down my little podcast because I'm being targeted by a campaign of false copyright claims, which is a tactic that's emerging now. You can pay people, often emanating out of India, to just file constant copyright strikes, and YouTube's my book is upsetting some people.
ABC reported last week that a Trump-appointed national bank regulator granted a wing of the Trump family's crypto business conditional approval to establish a bank charter, opening the door to larger clients and potentially heightened profits. The decision marks the first time in U.S. history that a company owned by the sitting president's family has been granted bank status.
A weapon of mass corruption. That's what crypto is. We're basically living right now in a crypto banana republic. And it's not clear why any Democrat or any Republican, for that matter, who loves this country is supporting crypto, taking crypto, legitimizing crypto. If you look at the history of crypto, it is openly designed as a way to undermine government authority and power. It was seen by cypherpunks as a way to escape from democracy, from rules, and from law. So why now do we have the president and his family starting a crypto bank, going into cryptocurrencies? You know, people are losing millions and billions of dollars to these scams. And It used to be that crypto was only useful for drug dealing, human trafficking, gambling, and crime. Now it's being used to buy power in order to break the country. And I think there has to be a real reckoning with the role of this pernicious technology that is so, the corruption is so staggering, it's almost hard to explain in words.
So the question is, where does government fit into this picture? You quoted President Biden's last speech warning about the tech bro industry complex, the technology industry complex, or TIC. But what are Democrats doing right now in Congress, and what are Republicans doing?
Largely not going after the Silicon Valley oligarchs who are behind Trump. A lot of people are attacking Trump and criticizing his family, criticizing Vance, but we don't see a lot of direct criticism of these billionaires who are enabling the entire thing. The way I look at it, Donald Trump is being paid billions of dollars to do these things, right? When's the last time we had a president make billions of dollars while in office? This is direct transfer, including from foreign governments that are buying into and investing in his companies to curry favor. I think we need to see Democrats speaking directly against billionaire power, against tech billionaire power, against the crypto takeover of our country. You see all these Democrats trying to say, oh, AI innovation, Silicon Valley innovation. Those are outdated talking points. Silicon Valley is no longer about innovation. Silicon Valley is about fascism and a race to control the future. And that future will not be good for most people. And it's the job of our elected officials, especially on the Democratic side of things, to stand up for the people. There are a few people doing it.
Why is it just exclusively incumbent upon the Democratic side to stand up for this? They don't even have any expectations that Republicans would stand up for this. So the link is in my description box. I played enough of this now. We have a CEO from a flock company that showed up in Tennessee. In Tennessee, they were doing some questioning of the CEO of a flock company. So he decided to show up. Let me see. At a commission meeting, and let's hear how that went for this commissioner. Let me start it over. This would be in my description.
Quite frankly, sir, I don't think we can make America great again without hanging your CEO publicly for treason. And I actually have a problem with this resolution because I think it needs to be amended. It's too open-ended. It says that we shall not review it.
This is they are reviewing. This is a resolution that they want to put forward about the flock cameras. He said it's too open-ended, that they cannot review it. Let's see what else he says. This is the CEO. Look at his face. He's mad that he can't get whatever he wants.
Until such concerns have been addressed, as laid out by Gary Stidham and written in the resolution. And I have some concerns with what Gary and what Mark are talking about. I don't think we need to renew this at all. I don't think the people of Sullivan County want this. I believe that Flock right now is one of the most hated companies in America. They are one of the most corrupt companies in America. And quite frankly, sir, I don't think we can make America great again without hanging your CEO publicly for treason. Your company is an enemy of the American people.
We're not going to threaten violence to anybody.
Quite frankly, sir, I don't think we can make America great again without hanging your CEO publicly for treason. And I actually have a problem with this resolution because I think it needs to be amended. It's too.
Voice of Joe Carr, Sullivan County Commissioner.
Open-ended. It says that we shall not review it until such concerns.
Now, why would Joe Carr have that position? Let's see. Let's see if we can.
A hostile turn of events at an East Tennessee commission meeting. A Sullivan County commissioner told a flock camera representative his boss needs to be publicly executed. Take a listen.
I believe that Flock right now is one of the most hated companies in America. They are one of the most corrupt companies in America. And quite frankly, sir, I don't think we can make America great again without hanging your CEO publicly for treason.
The man who was speaking there was Commissioner Joe Carr. Sullivan County is in the middle of deciding if the county will extend their contract with the license plate reading technology. The cameras are highly controversial. Many local governments in East Tennessee are reviewing the technology and how it handles people's privacy. Right after the commissioner made the comments, he was cut off and the workshop went on. The commission will vote later this week on the contract extension. Here's the final comment the Flock representative made to the commission.
And lastly, I hope that nobody here ever resorts to the idea of violence because it's despicable.
We reached out to Commissioner Carr and he did give us a statement, but it didn't address his comment. Instead, he says Flock fears accountability, and that's why the company sent a public relations representative. And he hopes state lawmakers will band together next year and ban the devices outright. A hostile turn of events at an East Tennessee commission meeting. A Sullivan County commissioner.
You see how she skipped over? That's why the $7.5 billion company sent a representative. I need to get to.
Told a Flock camera representative his.
Why did she skip over the worth of the company? Let's
boss needs to be publicly executed. Take a listen.
I believe that Flock right now is one of the most hated companies in America. They are one of the most corrupt companies in America. And quite frankly, sir, I don't think we can make America great again without hanging your CEO publicly for treason.
The man who was speaking there was Commissioner Joe Carr. Sullivan County is in the middle of deciding.
And notice he said, "I hope no one ever resorts to violence." No, he said, he didn't say just hang him, like lynch him. You know, like the things that that is okayed and that is written up in medical examiners' dockets as they took their own lives. No, they said for treason, to be hung for treason, you have to go through a trial process. He didn't say I hope somebody just catch him and hang him up by a tree, like that is now on the up clip for Black citizens in the United States. No, he said for treason. Now, why? Let's see how much this company is worth again. That your for-profit media decided to conveniently leave out of the statement that this county commissioner said about his remarks.
Deciding if the county will extend their contract with the license plate reading technology. The cameras are highly controversial. Many local governments in East Tennessee are reviewing the technology and how it handles people's privacy. Right after the commissioner made the comments, he was cut off and the workshop went on. The commission will vote later this week on the contract extension. Here's the final comment the Flock representative made to the commission.
And lastly, I hope that nobody here ever resorts to the idea of violence because it's despicable.
We reached out to Commissioner Carr and he did give us a statement, but it didn't address his comment. Instead, he says Flock fears accountability.
It says Flock fears accountability. That's why a $7.5 billion company sent a PR professional to a county work session over a $33,000 contract. Next week, Sullivan County has the opportunity to terminate our contract. And God willing, the state of Tennessee will ban unconstitutional surveillance next session. Let's see if she say anything about the $7.5 billion company. As this whole news report is disingenuous to lean towards billionaires. Let's see what she says that his statement read.
And that's why the company sent a public relations representative. And he hopes state lawmakers will band together next year and ban.
You see how Flock fears accountability, and that's why they sent a PR professional. She totally admitted the statement. That's why a $77.5 billion company. You see? Did you see the sleight of hands? Okay, this is also in my, is that in my, yes, this is also in my description box. But let's go a little deeper. Oh, surely there has to be a reason why they are taking this stance in Tennessee about these flock cameras. Surely. I mean, why would they feel this way? Why is there backlash in Tennessee about these flock cameras? Let's see. And look, oh my God. Okay. Let's see. Flock CEO outlines new privacy plan amid backlash. Oh, so you had to have backlash, and now you are allegedly installing a privacy plan. You have a privacy plan. Well, if it was okay the way it was, why are you including privacy plans? Let me see. Tennessee agencies support LPR flock changes as backlash grows across the U.S. Why are they making changes to this flock camera? What is the backlash? Well, I just heard a little something about a cop following his ex-wife. Of course, this wasn't the first report. Stalking his ex-wife. Let me see about the Tennessee in particular. A crime fighting tool or government surveillance. Tennessee debates flock cameras. That's not the one I wanted. Flock CEO apologizes where surveillance technology was abused. Why apologize? So you're admitting that flock surveillance is technology can be abused. Flock safety CEO responds to scanner misuse. I'm sorry, so sorry. CEO of Flock Safety apologized Thursday for cases in which law enforcement agency misused the company license plates. Must be readers. They're sorry. What does that do for you? What does that do for you? And if they have these things that they can be sorry for once these flock cameras have been implemented, what did that do for the woman that they pulled over in the middle of a busy freeway and got her out of her car at gunpoint? And what if they had a trigger finger? Being that this was a black woman and they always have trigger finger for black people, and she lost her life, what would their I'm sorry would have done then? What would their I'm sorry would have been worth then? Flock camera CEO unveils new guidelines to combat misuse. Throw the whole thing in the trash.
Nationwide, there are more than 120,000 flock cameras used by more than 6,000 law enforcement agencies. But these license plate readers have been misused by some officers, including for stalking. Anna Schechter shows how Flock CEO Garrett Langley just announced new safety measures.
Your license plate is registered as stolen license plates in our system.
Are you serious?
Dozens of drivers nationwide say they're being unfairly pulled over, some even at gunpoint.
Keep your hands above your head.
Due to alleged misuse of Flock Safety's license plate readers. And it's not just mistakes causing concern. This week, 3 Georgia police officers were added to a growing list of cops accused of misusing the camera technology to allegedly stalk citizens, including ex-wives and girlfriends.
I don't think that Flock created police abuse.
I mean, can you put yourself in those women's shoes?
No, it's horrible, and I apologize.
Did you take enough responsibility soon enough?
I think hindsight is a brutal tool. Of course, we could have done more earlier.
I think hindsight is a brutal tool. Of course, we could have done more earlier. You didn't think that this could happen. If you are not smart enough to think that this could have happened, you should not definitely be going to police agency selling your technology as something to keep the public safe if you're too stupid to think that something like this could happen under the guise of public safety. Oh, it's going to keep the community safe. All of this is going to do is ways to ticket people for different infractions to bring money into the municipal cities, agencies, and coffers. This is what they're trying to do. And keep a tab on you and everything. How much crime has been prevented and solved by these flock cameras? Where's the crime data that these flock cameras have helped solve? None. If these flock cameras are so successful, where are all of those flock cameras that are on Horn Island, in and around these harbors that those white young men were sailing by on Horn Island? How come we have questioned what happened to Nolan Wells with all of the flock cameras that have been filmed by different TikTokers that are in and around Mississippi, in and around Horn Island and those docks? Huh? What are the use of these flock cameras other than to bring in money? From whom? Not from millionaires and billionaires. No, it's to get government contracts. It's to take your tax dollars to put in the pockets of this young, stupid motherfucker who talk about, oh, well, hindsight is something and I should have foreseen this. But how much money are you putting in your pocket? Are you the CEO? Are you the company that is worth $7.5 billion, sir? Huh? Huh?
And we listen and we learn and we'll continue to move forward.
In response, CEO Garrett Langley says he is rolling out new safety measures, including cutting data storage time from 30 days to 7. And in January, Flock will require all of its roughly 6,000 law enforcement agency clients to opt in to what's called audit assistance, which flags any potential police misuse.
Why didn't you make a requirement as soon as you created the technology?
We've evolved there. We've always said we want local control. I think it's up to our elected officials to decide how long is this data retained.
But who is actually looking at this data and why? We put it to the test.
We entered the license plate of this CBS News vehicle into the website, Have I Been Flocked? It turns out we had. This plate was searched 4 times in a 2-week window by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. We asked why. They didn't respond. We have no idea why. That car has been used for reporting trips for a small team of reporters. It's unsettling.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see their response.
Since January, 50 cities have canceled contracts or stopped using Flock's cameras over privacy concerns.
Did you underestimate the level of abuse that you might learn about 9 years down the road when you founded this company?
I think I'm like many people that grew up in a safe neighborhood and assumed that our law enforcement friends were perfect.
Some people might say that sounds pretty naive.
Maybe I'm an optimist. It's why I started this company, is because I.
If you were an optimist, you wouldn't have had to start that company. You're not an optimist. You're an opportunist. If you are such an optimist, why would you start a company that is reading the information of every person that drives down the street? If you, I'm an optimist and I grew up in a very safe community. But you don't trust anybody driving down any random street, any random car for no reason whatsoever. Get the fuck out of my face with this dumb shit. You're an opportunist. You want to prey on people's ignorance and prey on their insecurities and say that you're doing this for their safety. You know, you can you can feed the white ignorance on anything if as long as you say that you're doing it for their safety. And you can pick their pockets as long as you're saying that you're doing it for safety. As you laugh all the way to the bank and say, oops, I didn't mean, oops, did that, I should have had more foresight in thinking about, oops. The fuck out of here.
Believe that we can build a safer country. And that's probably naive as well.
We can build a safer country. He said maybe we can build a safer country. You just said that you may have been a little naive because you grew up in a safe community and everything was so safe. But then you're going to create something that scans everybody under the guise of maybe we can build a safer country. Well, if you grew up in a lollipop land, what is in you to make you deem that you need to build a safer country? What is it? No, you want to profit off of fear of safety. And you didn't give a fuck where you were profiting off of it. Because these flock cameras are just not in particular areas. These flock cameras are everywhere, all across the United States. Rural areas, everywhere. Let me see if I can pull up a... Let me see if I can pull up a map of where flock cameras blanket the United States. Let's see if we can. Let me see if I can find that right quick. Hold on 1 minute. This disingenuous bullshit. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Well, let's go back to my favorite place, Democracy Now! One of my favorite sites, Democracy Now! Since we're talking about the flock cameras, thank you for touching on this subject. Let's go back to Democracy Now! You're not going to hear your for-profit media delve into this much at all.
Rural and urban communities and in 49 states. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn to a growing movement against Flock, an automatic license plate reader company used by over 5,000 law enforcement agencies in 49 states across the country. Critics have mapped over 100,000 Flock cameras in use on streets in rural and urban communities and accuse Flock of building a nationwide mass surveillance system. Flock's cameras aren't like regular traffic cameras. Their surveillance technology records and tracks.
This is in Houston. 100,000 in Houston. Not across the country, in Houston. Houston, Texas.
every car or human that comes into view. And then an AI algorithm catalogs the make, model, color, license plate number, bumper stickers, and even scratches. This personal information is then uploaded to a nationwide database that any law enforcement agency with a Flock contract can search with little oversight on how they use what they find. Flock is marketed as a tool to fight crimes, but the cameras collect data on millions of vehicles, regardless of whether the driver is suspected of a crime. And as President Trump's immigration enforcement crackdown has escalated, concerns are growing over whether the local data from these cameras could be aiding the deportation dragnet. Flock claims it doesn't work with ICE and that ICE does not have direct access to Flock's cameras or systems or data. But an investigation from 404 Media last year found more than 4,000 searches that may have been conducted on behalf of or in partnership with ICE. This past May, an audit by the Dayton, Ohio Police Department found its cameras were searched more than 7,000 times for immigration enforcement purposes. This is what Flock CEO Garrett Langley said in a podcast just last month.
And so when the topic of immigration enforcement comes up, I'm like, guys, the company has no opinion on this. If the state of Texas wants to enforce immigration, they might use Flock, but they're going to go enforce immigration no matter what Flock does. And that's the state of Texas's choice. That's the city's choice. And it's tough, right? It's really tough for my employees to work at a company.
Oh, that's Mr. I grew up in a safe neighborhood.
Where they're like, oh, I don't like that law, but our technology is used to enforce it. But we can't make that our problem as a company.
So
that's not our problem.
Flock is being used by universities, by big box stores. For more on it and the movement against it, we're joined here in New York by Chad Marlowe, Senior Policy Counsel at the ACLU, where he focuses on privacy, surveillance, and technology issues. He leads the ACLU's efforts against Flock. Explain what we're talking about here and how Flock has been used, Chad.
So basically, automatic license plate readers, or ALPRs, are cameras that take a picture of every single car that goes by it, not just the cars that are suspected of criminality or have done something wrong, but every single car. They record the information about the car, including where it is and when it was there, and then they put it into a database. And this is where it gets really scary, because now you have pictures of every innocent person who drives by in a database that is kept for a month or more and shared throughout the nation with all of Flock's law enforcement customers, and in fact, even internationally with people associated with Flock. And so essentially, even though in America, one of our core constitutional principles is privacy, we have a company working with governments to record the comings and goings of every single person in the country as if you and I and everyone else were potential criminals. And that is in my opinion, a very un-American take on privacy.
Thank you, Maga. Thank you. This is happening under this administration. Now, we saw Tennessee representative talking about, of course, the Flock Corporation worth $7.5 billion would send a PR representative out to talk about getting their contracts reinstated in Tennessee. And I had a ignoramus in my chat said something about, keep your nose clean and you would not have to worry about anything. If cameras caught the kid rapper, I think you meant kidnapper, that took your child, you would change your mind. If I was born with a penis, I would be a male. What does if have anything to do with the factual content that I'm talking about? I'm not talking about fairy tales. If Flock has actually caught a kidnapper, put it in the chat. Because fairy tales have nothing to do with factual conversations. What the fuck does if have to do with what we're talking about? Flock is in use right now. So if Flock could catch kidnappers. People have been kidnapped in the United States every fucking day, multiple times a day since Flock has been in action. So why does it have to be anybody related to me? If Flock has captured a kidnapper, put it in the chat right now. Coming up with these fairy tales, these non sequiturs that means absolutely nothing. Because you thought you said something slick. It has nothing to do with factual content. Let's continue.
And the way that we engage in criminal justice enforcement.
And Chad, this company is less than 10 years old and it spreads so rapidly. Could you talk a little bit about how it was created and also what's its business model? Does it set up its does it rent spaces in on private property to set up its cameras, or is it using public rights of way or public streets? And if so, how is
it's using public rights of way? This link is in my description box. So
So I hate to tell you, but you might be getting flocked, as in FLOCKED, flocked. Across the country, there is a new kind of surveillance taking place. It is an estimated 100,000 cameras recording cars.
Oh, that's what I want. Oh, that wasn't in Houston. That's across the country. I apologize for that.
Where they go, what they look like, when they pass by. All of this is creating searchable records of everyday Americans' movements. It is what happens when you get flocked. It is a reference to Flock Safety, the largest provider of automatic license plate readers in the United States. These plate readers are pretty unassuming. They're often attached to utility poles like that and street lights that line highways and neighborhoods and parking lots. But these are not your standard traffic cameras. They don't enforce speeding or red light stops. When you drive past a plate reader, like a Flock, it creates what is known as a digital fingerprint of your vehicle. According to Flock Safety, check this out, information like license plate, make, model, color, and other visible characteristics like bike racks, trailers, or toolboxes, that's what it includes. Timestamped, GPS pinned, and captured, all of it without notification. You've got no idea it's going down. Then an AI algorithm categorizes the information and they put it into a massive database. The Guardian says it offers nationwide search capability for law enforcement agencies that opt in to share all of this data, which Flock told Congress is about 75% of its law enforcement customers. According to Flock Safety, that data is stored up to 30 days unless these local law enforcement agencies require it otherwise. And supporters say that those plate readers help solve crimes by giving investigators leads they might not otherwise have. But you don't have to be suspected of a crime or really do anything at all to end up being in the database. You simply just drive by it. And as you might imagine, concerns about privacy and whether Flock cameras actually work are starting to pile up.
Can anybody in this room tell me, do Flock cameras stop crime? Okay? Y'all wasting money, man. $1 million on that, that's trash.
I trust our police. I don't trust Flock.
No more automated license plate readers of any brand.
Just throwing your money out and all of these numbnuts. I don't see any problem with it. If you don't commit crimes, why is it a problem? Flushing our tax dollars down the drain for some numbnut ill thought out plan to fearmonger you into these Flock cameras keeping you safe, only giving a privileged white inventor the opportunity to become a multi-billionaire off of your own ignorance of something that is not keeping you safe, but is taking your tax dollar and is possibly also charging you in fines and tickets to support a multi-billionaire. But you coming in here talking about, oh, what if it does this? What if it does that? If it did that, if it did any of these things, they would be promoting these things that it has actually done. It has done absolutely nothing.
This technology
But made the rich richer. That's what it has done, you dummies.
is anti-democratic.
Just to let y'all know, I am a right-wing MAGA Republican voter. I'm telling y'all this so y'all grasp how this issue spans across this political spectrum. An AI surveillance apparatus goes against the very essence of freedom and the core values of our country. We didn't vote for this, and we sure as hell don't want it, so do us a favor and get it the flock out of here.
Get it the flock.
Mike, you don't have to, if you don't feel safe under my voice, why are you here? I will make you feel safe. Hit the like on your way out. You don't have to feel safe under my voice. You don't even have to hear my voice. There's an easy solution, but obviously you're dumb. Let's continue.
Flock out of here. Creepy sci-fi surveillance.
Get the flock out of here, Mike. Get the flock out of here. Even this MAGA voter knows what the solution. Get the flock out of here.
Get it the
License plate readers of any brand. This technology is anti-democratic.
Just to let y'all know, I am a right-wing MAGA Republican voter. I'm telling y'all this so y'all grasp how this issue spans across this political spectrum. An AI surveillance apparatus goes against the very essence of freedom and the core values of our country. We didn't vote for this, and we sure as hell don't want it, so do us a favor and get it the flock out of here.
Get it the flock out of here. Creepy sci-fi surveillance aside, critics of automatic license plate readers are pointing to a pretty serious pattern of mistakes and abuse. There are multiple law enforcement officers across
mistakes and abuse. Cops keep getting arrested for using flock to stalk people. Police have reportedly used license plate readers to stalk romantic interests at least 24 times in recent years. Mother Jones, police keep losing their jobs for using flock cameras to stalk people. I guess the ignorance to think that is okay.
Several departments who were reportedly caught using the database to stalk people. And Flock, they acknowledged the stalking incidents, other incidents of abuse too, and they told 404 Media that the incidents were discovered because the transparency and the accountability features built into the platform. All right. Or as Business Insider reports, errors in tagging vehicles that have, quote,
Flock is falling out of favor with police department. Mistakes made by Flock led to innocent drivers being stopped at gunpoint, mauled by police dogs, or jailed. Oh, but I guess that's okay with the dummies.
Led to innocent drivers being stopped at gunpoint, mauled by police dogs, or jailed. Whoa. The company also acknowledged tagging errors, saying we have the utmost sympathy for any...
We have the utmost sympathy for any victim of harm. But, you know, I don't know about any of that. I grew up in a safe neighborhood, so I just decided to create this business to bring about a safety for the rest of the United States. And if you got mauled by a dog, if you got jailed, the only reason I created my company is for your safety. So if you had to do some undue harm, I'm sorry.
Victim of harm, and that they, quote, continuously improve their models through ongoing optimization and testing. But then,
and you getting jailed and pulled out of your gun, pulled out of your car by a gun, and mauled by dogs and thrown in jail. Just look at it as you're one of our test case. You know, a unaware test case.
There's the whole other piece: immigration enforcement. And now it is important to note, Flock Safety does not have a contract actually with ICE. But critics and activists say that the concern is less about like this direct partnership and more about how the data can be shared amongst these agencies. And Flock Safety says the data captured is owned by the local law enforcement. The company doesn't sell it, but the only way for law enforcement to access the search feature, arguably the whole point of using Flock, is by opting in to share the data. So this is what happens. Here's an example. In Dayton, Ohio, a police audit found a network sharing feature that was inadvertently enabled. allowing data to be accessed more broadly than local officials had intended there. The investigation found that their flock data was searched more than 7,000 times, citing the word immigration. In Denver, it reported 1,400 searches in less than a year. In Cleveland, officials reported 2,000 searches related to immigration. And, as was reported just yesterday, an officer in Columbus conducted 6 searches in a span of 10 minutes earlier this year. What was the reason listed? Let me check. ICE. According to Flock's website, ICE does not have direct access to Flock cameras or systems or data and
Okay, so we get the. I think we're clear on that. I just wanted to share a little bit of that information with you. Hold on. Let's keep going. Now, I'm sure I won't get any of you. If you comply with what? If you comply with what? What is there to comply with? If you comply with what? If you comply with what? If you're driving if you're minding your business and you drive by a flock camera, what is there to comply with? At this point, nothing they do benefits us, America. It benefits them. I concur. They pulled you over for a reason. What is there to comply with? They pulled you over for the wrong reason. They pulled you over for a wrong reason. Did you just not see the fact that these people have been wrongly pulled over? Did you just not see the fact that these people were wrongly put in jail? Did you just not see the fact that these people were wrongly had guns pulled on because they were accused of having stolen vehicles and they were pulled out of their cars at gunpoint? So what is there to comply for you to comply with? Where is the fault with the person that is driving down the street minding their own business? Yeah, you were pulled over for the wrong reason by a motherfucking buckethead bitch who grew up in a safe neighborhood, who found a way to make billions off of dumb motherfuckers like you, who feel like it is okay to pull black people over and just say they didn't comply and shoot them dead. Yeah. And make billions under the guise of I'm just keeping the streets safe. And he grew up in somewhere that he says, oh, we never had any crime where I grew up, and I grew up in a very safe neighborhood, so I created an apparatus that is going to keep everyone safe. Did he have that apparatus in that very safe neighborhood that he grew up in? But you want somebody to comply. No, you seem to be the poor victim. You yourself seem to be the poor victim. You seem to be the victim to your own ignorance. That's what you seem to be. I've never been a victim, bitch. I'm a victimizer. I have never been a victim. That is one thing I do not expound to. The fuck out of here, stupid bitch. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. Where were we? Let's talk about what else did I want to talk today? I really want to talk about which one? Let's talk about Iran. No, let's talk about Jared Kushner. Let's talk about Jared Kushner and the ultimatum that he gave to the Palestinian about the Palestinian people under this fake, peace agreement that they have penned out that has absolutely no signatures between Israel and the Hamas. You know, that fake peace treaty that they made a big brouhaha about that was in fact absolutely no peace treaty, and they have been Israel has been over there making strikes and taking lives. Over 1,000 people have lost their lives since this fake ass peace treaty. That's
White House, where he said, "Oh, Jared is not going to be involved in the administration this time because people close to me. There's so many like horrible attacks against them, and it's fucked up, and so he's going to take a step back." Well,
so this is going to be under in my description box under the nerve of Jared. Let's continue.
Turns out that was fake. Turns out not only is this motherfucker part of the regime, him and Steve Witkoff are out there like negotiating with foreign countries and doing self-dealing and like acting like they represent this country when they don't, and they're making deals and personally profiting. It is insane that this kid is not in jail. And I say kid because he looks like a literal child. He looks like a boy. But he's a boy who took $2 billion from Saudi Arabia in return for allegedly slipping them classified information, top secret information, that MBS then used to crack down on his political opponents.
And also, you remember these big peace negotiations that they were doing with Iran, Jared and Steve Witkoff? It was one of the negotiators from Iran that alerted Peter Thiel's tool, J.D. Vance, that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff were trying to create, allegedly. It has been reported that J.D. Vance was alerted by Iranian negotiators, someone embedded with the Iranian negotiators, that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were allegedly trying to create side deals while negotiating this peace deal between the United States,
Saudi Arabia. So
between the United States and Israel. We're going to get to that as well. Let's continue.
As corrupt can be. Okay, but here he is on Fox News talking about Iran's strategy and talking about Israel, and listen to what he slips up and says.
We're very committed to the fact that we have a plan to rebuild Gaza, but we will not allow Gaza to be rebuilt until the demilitarization occurs. Nobody wants to put more money into a place that's gone on for so long until if it's just going to be taken over by terrorists or blown up again. We're also not going to restrict Israel's right to defend itself if there are any imminent threats. And so we had to clarify what that means. We could be seeing progress, as much as in as little as 30 days, hopefully on starting to take some of the weapons out, and hopefully filling in some of the tunnels as well in the next 60 to 90 days as well. So progress could come quite soon, but we do need cooperation from both sides. And we're going to hopefully get through it. But we've made a lot of progress to get here. For Israel, we think this is a win-win situation because if Hamas actually gives over the weapons and the tunnels, willingly over the next 60 to 90 days, that obviously would be the elimination of a huge security threat for Israel, almost a thinkable achievement. And if they don't fall through now on their commitment, everyone will see that they're not genuine about peace, and then Israel will have a lot more support from the U.S. and others to go and finish the job in the appropriate way.
If Israel, if they don't give away the weapons in 30 to 60 days, and then it was a win-win for Israel. But what if they give away the weapons and it's not a win-win for both sides? It's only a win-win for Israel. If they give the weapons away, it's a win-win for Israel. Well, when will the Palestinians win? It's a win-win for Israel if they give away the weapons, and if not, we will go in and end the thing. with U.S. support. Who are you to speak of what U.S. support will be given to Israel? Are you a congressman? Who voted you into any position to say what U.S. money is going towards? Oh, I guess no one has to vote in this administration what our tax dollar goes to and for. Unfortunately, we have no representation what our tax dollar go for. Our tax dollar go for what little dweebs like Jared Kushner says that our tax dollar go to support.
Don't follow through now on their commitment, everyone will see that that they're not genuine about peace, and then Israel will have a lot more support from the U.S. and others to go and finish the job in the appropriate way.
To go and finish the job in the appropriate way. What has been appropriate about anything that Israel has been doing in Palestine? They will have support from the United States and others to go and finish the job in the appropriate way. He said that with a straight face, unflinching, like this was something acceptable that he was saying. The audacity.
Finish the job in the appropriate way. What the fuck does that mean? To go finish the job? So, like a solution that's final? Like a final solution? First of all, I love the way that he keeps talking as if, like, you know, like Israel is the reasonable, responsible party and the terrorists on the other side, they're the ones that we have to deal with. Yeah, anybody who's been following this will tell you Israel are the terrorists. And it's not particularly close. It's not close. And we want...
Okay, let me see if there's any more of this bullshit that he's talking. Let me see. Israel assassinate Gazan women's police chief in a strike on police headquarters. An Israeli strike on a police headquarters in Gaza City this afternoon killed 8 police officers, including a commander, 13-year displaced girl, according to Gaza's Ministry of Interior and National Security. Those killed include, and they give the names and the ages. Let me see what else is this. Breaking news: Israeli strike targeting Gaza City. Police kill 9, wounds 15. At least 9 Palestinians were killed and 15 wounded on Wednesday in an Israeli airstrike on the municipality's police headquarters in Gaza City. We went down and found people in pieces. The upper halves of people's bodies had been blown away. Abdul Ahmad, 30, described the aftermath of the Israeli strike on a Palestinian gathered at Gaza port west of Gaza City, where displaced Palestinians living in tents had come to sit on the concrete by the sea and escape the summer heat. And you have Jared Kushner talking about they can finish this out in the right way. Is that not what? Oh my God, this people
ceasefire. This shit was happening. More drop site says, quote, "We went down and found people in pieces. The upper halves." Play you the video, but you could see little girls being injured, innocent people getting killed. This is all happening, bro. I'm not kidding. This is all happening within the past couple days. And you know what? At any given point throughout the course of the genocide, and even during the fake so-called ceasefire, this shit was happening. More drop site says, quote, "We went down and found people in pieces. The upper halves of people's bodies have been blown away." Abu Ahmed, 30 years old, described the aftermath of an Israeli strike on Palestinians gathered at Gaza port, west of Gaza City, where displaced Palestinians living in tents had come to sit on the concrete by the sea and escape the summer heat. At least 7 Palestinians were killed and 14 wounded in the...
Well, I showed you that clip of Jared Kushner at Yale, or what was it, Yale? Or I think it was Yale. Saying that Palestine is a great waterfront property. So how dare these Palestinians go sit at the sea to cool off from the summer heat? Jared Kushner sees that as a great waterfront property that can be developed into something else. Do you think that they were not perturbed by these Palestinians going to get out of their rat-infested tents to go cool themselves off by the sea?
Strike, quote, "We don't know what we're supposed to deal with anymore. Do we deal with Israelis or the sun burning us inside the tents or the water waking up at 6 a.m. to go get water? Or do we deal with the winter that is still coming when we'll also suffer from the weather?" Abu Ahmed told DropSite's Mohammed Ahmed. After nearly 3 years of displacement, he said, Palestinians in Gaza are being exhausted in every way, while repeated announcements of truces and agreements bear little relation to what they experience on the ground. Quote, "The people of Gaza bleed every day. The war has drained them of all their physical, financial, psychological, and mental strength. These children deserve to live. Children should be in school. Young people should be building a future." So, I mean, this stuff is just absolutely heartbreaking. And this is what's still going on. And nobody talks about it. Nobody cares. It's like everybody knows the Israeli government are genocidal, murderous psychopaths. And it's just like everybody's kind of moved on from that fact. Here's another one. Another Palestinian child dies due to Israel's deliberately imposed hunger crisis in Gaza. Palestinian girl, Meha Bashir, has died from severe malnutrition on Tuesday, Palestinian media report. Okay, I mean, look at these pictures, bro. Look at this. Look at this. This is still going on. The U.S. is still arming Israel. We're still funding Israel. We're still doing their dirty work and fighting their wars. And this is a genocidal, psychopathic, Nazi-like government doing Nazi-like shit. And again, all I did, guys, I'm not even kidding when I say this, all I did is grabbed some updates from the past 2 days. If I did the past week or the past month or the past, 3 months, we'd be here all day, just one horror story after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. They're not even bothering to hide their barbarity anymore. Do you understand that?
When you have Jared Kushner out here talking reckless, as if someone elected Jared Kushner. Okay, now since Jared Kushner is out here, let's talk about Jared Kushner, shall we? Let's get into the Jared Kushner story, shall we? Where is the Jared Kushner and Ivanka story? Let's get into it. Not many people are talking about this anymore. Trump and Kushner deal to develop Albania. Y'all remember the Albania plan? How's that going?
I've got big updates regarding Saison Island. That's the location for the Trump family resort that was set to be built off the coast of Albania. Again, this led to what was called the Flamingo Revolution. Albania.
I found me. We were on vacation and we just jumped off the boat and we swam to this island that we discovered and we just rocked up to the top of the island barefoot and we realized that this is the place that we want to live and we were barefoot. Y'all remember that bullshit story? Let's get into
it. Saying you can't just give up our island to this family, this crooked family. And of course, when you hear from Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump on how they quote unquote discover this island while on a friend's boat, you realize how out of touch the billionaire class is from the rest of us. And globally, we're seeing this class crisis, a real war between those that have made extreme levels of wealth and those of us that just want a little health care, maybe, a home with a white picket fence. Not ask.
And how did they make this extreme amount of wealth? They got it put in their laps from the Saudi after the first term of the Trump presidency. Not a couple of million, $2 billion. And then they were over there groveling for $5 billion more in this presidency. And they're talking recklessly about finishing the job properly, about tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, talking recklessly and carelessly about finishing the jobs, as they have previously talked about these people's land being on great waterfront property that could be redeveloped. As they go around as a unofficial envoy to the United States, allegedly brokering peace deals, but you have not seen one peace deal that they have brokered. This fake ass peace deal between Israel and Palestine, you see that is a bunch of bullshit, as they are supposed to be emissaries for the Trump government. But nobody's talking about if they have any security to do the things that they are doing, to have access to the information that they have access to. Nobody's asking the obvious questions about any of this, as they are getting richer and richer and richer off of the access to Donald Trump and this presidency. But we're gonna play dumb because the MAGA voter is dumb. We're supposed to play dumb because the MAGA voter is dumb, as it has been reported that the United States, as of Wednesday, has a $40 trillion deficit. Let's continue.
For the world. So I'm going to break down how this deal absolutely collapsed. It's very fascinating. And I'm also going to just share with you guys how insane
the deal collapsed. How did the deal collapse? Okay. Hey, Madison, it's good to see you. Everybody hit the like button, share, listen to this story, because this was some reserved land. They have reserved the land, and there were some Albanians who were protesting the land as if this were their ancestor land, and that there were lost deeds, and they were trying to get their deed work, and they were just like, "Hey, we sold this land to Jared Kushner under this prime minister that they have been protesting." All of a sudden, how you gonna sell some land? This not your land. Well, no, this was someone else's land, and we made the sale. How did you make the sale? And whose land are you saying this is? Let's get into it.
Reckless it was for Ivanka Trump to even, part of the reason this revolution happened was how brazen she was with her eat, pray, love moment about, we're just going to dabble in building on this, Soviet era, military bunker. No big deal. NBDs. So here's the update from the Hormuz report. Stick around, guys. I'm going to give you guys a tour of the yacht that Ivanka Trump was on when she, quote unquote, discovered this island. Yes, that's right. You and I can charter this yacht for a cool price tag. Jared Kushner's $5 billion Jeffrey Epstein-style Albanian resort project plan has effectively collapsed amid Iranian accusations of a $9 billion.
Now, I'm sure you wouldn't be surprised that this is not the first time that Jeffrey Epstein had tried to make some big real estate deal like this that has collapsed on some foreign land. I thought that America was supposed to be being made great again. How come all of these people who are related to your president, their son-in-laws, their daughters, they're not doing anything to make America great? You notice that they are getting all of this money from the connections of being related to your president, but they're taking that money to other countries to lavish in the beauty of these other countries, because they know that America has become a whole shithole. They know that the beauty of this country has been carved out because it has not been respected and upkept, because they have that the EPA release all of these toxins into our country. Drill, baby, drill. What has drill, baby, drill done for the beautification of the United States? What has have them taking all of the money out of the infrastructure and not building any infrastructure in the United States done for the United States and making it one of the most beautiful countries in the United States? What skylines marvels of the skyline in some of these Singapore, China? What skyline in the United States marvels their skylines? Because we want to put up these skylines that only profits the billionaires who put them up and pay the workers as little as possible to put them up and walk away from them, because we don't want to build a actual thriving, connected city. What type of transportation system does the United States have to actually transport its citizens from one city to the next, from one state? They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about any type of mass transportation. They don't care. Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. What has that gotten you? The United States is dumpster juice trash compared to these other nations that have developed their actual nation. While Trump walk around and talk about other nations being shithole countries. And every time a Democrat get in office, they have to dig the U.S. out of the debt that the Republicans have put us in under the guise, well, if we're going to do it, we got to pay for it. And as soon as they get in office, they blow up the budget and put us in debt. But I digress. Let's get back into the Trumps who were vacationing on a little boat, and they jumped off the boat to take a little swimmy swim. But they didn't tell you the boat that they jumped off of was a mega yacht owned by one of the one of the Rothschilds, I believe.
Dollar insider trading operation against him. This yacht for a cool price tag. Jared Kushner's $5 billion Jeffrey Epstein-style Albanian resort project plan has effectively collapsed amid Iranian accusations of a $9 billion insider trading operation against him, and after prosecutors found the land was bought with forged Ottoman documents linked to a suspected cocaine trafficker. It always
forged Ottoman documents linked to a suspected cocaine trafficker. What? Kushner Group paid $125 million in April to Arthur Schussner for land on the Zegvik Peninsula. 2 months later, Albanian prosecutor charged Schussner with money laundering and cocaine trafficking, alleging he used forged documents to acquire the land sold to Kushner. Who's surprised? Is anyone surprised? But how did he obtain this land, the drug trafficker, the alleged drug trafficker, to sell to Kushner? How did he obtain this land? The project faced mass protests for over 60 days under the Flamingo Revolution, with thousands opposing environmental destruction and land theft. This is the second time Kushner has faced project collapse in the Balkans local opposition, following a similar withdrawal in Belgrade, Serbia. Y'all don't remember the Belgrade, Serbia debacle? Yes, he had one of the same type of debacles in Serbia that he tried to put together. You know, they try to make you believe that Jared Kushner is some big success, and Jared Kushner took over his father's real estate business when his father had to go to prison for some type of tax issue. His father, Jared Kushner's father, who was some developer in New York City, went to jail for some tax issue, and Jared Kushner took over the business and had the worst. Was over one of the worst purchases in New York City history. Some 666 building that he purchased and was about to go under. And then what happened? His father-in-law won the presidency, and then then suddenly, I think it was either the UAE or Saudi Arabia came in and bought that failing venture from under him days, weeks or months before that property was about to go into bankruptcy. So this is no real estate whiz kid. No, not by far. Not by far. Let's continue.
Leads back to cocaine, folks. Kushner's group paid $125 million in April to Arthur Shehu for land on the Zernik Peninsula. 2 months later, Albanian prosecutors charged him with money laundering and cocaine trafficking, alleging he used forged documents to acquire the land sold to Kushner. The project faced mass protests for over 60 days under the Flamingo Revolution, with thousands opposing environmental destruction and land theft. This is the second time Kushner has faced project collapse in the Balkans after local opposition following a similar withdrawal in Belgrade, Serbia. Previously, Iranian officials told Dropsite News that Iran calculated $9 billion in profits from market manipulation. So we'll get to that in a second. That's right. You know, all of the insider trading going on, they want to scoop up land, you know, whether it's...
But they don't want to scoop up any land in the United States, you notice. And the land that they're scooping up has Soviet-era bunkers that can protect them from nuclear fallout. Notice. And if you haven't heard the latest, that there is a lot of rumblings that your president is talking about nuclear strikes in Iran. Notice. Now let's refresh your memories about this telling about Ivanka Trump's Christopher Columbus moment about her discovery of this island. Shall we? Remember the ridiculousness of this?
Or, you know, bunkers because we get in a nuclear war, or, you know, whatever the case may be. It's like, look, it is ain't yours. Listen to the Albanians. It ain't yours. And again, we saw the blueprints. You can watch our previous videos. They were going to have autonomous vehicles, schlepping people around, gated communities. There was going to be an Atlantis resort, like a treasure island. It was going to be an absolute desecration. And again, the money wasn't going to trickle back to the locals. Maybe they would let the locals, you know, work as maids on their property. But here is the initial clip that went viral of Ivanka Trump explaining how she found this little island.
Everything from scratch, correct?
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it.
We found it because we were on a friend's boat, stopped for a swim. Now, again, the friend is Nathaniel Rothschild of Canada, and this is the boat. It's an unbelievably gorgeous yacht. Don't you hate it when someone describes something as a boat? It's like, listen, playa, just admit it. You're a billionaire on a billionaire's yacht. Bing, boom. Like, podcast all you want, but just give us the facts. Like, this is an unbelievable boat. This is called Planet 9. This is the 242 foot long. This is essentially as long as a football field. And they were just floating on by. And so, well, again, stick around and I'm going to roast it. Although I will be jealous because I love the show Below Deck and I love yachts. But hold on for that in a second. Here we have the update though. Iran sent a private message to JD Vance during Switzerland.
Okay, here we go. Now, during the Switzerland talks, this is where I got it. I knew I had that information. Iran sends a private message to JD Vance telling you that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were trying to create personal side deals to enrich themselves.
warning that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff were abusing negotiations, more interested in profiting from insider knowledge than reaching a deal, per drop site news. Iran calculated $9 billion in profits, like we shared. So they raised these concerns. They were like, listen, Trump, your boy, your son-in-law is making all this money when they should be trying to get a peace deal. Unfortunately, Iran didn't.
Calculated $9 billion in profits. Did you know that? Is America great again yet? And sitting up here, hard-faced, talking about taking care of the Palestinians finally and completely, and having the back of Americans and other nations, seeing that it was okay to finish off the Palestinian people. Who voted Jared Kushner into anything? Huh? Jared Kushner, who thought that he had a deal to take over an Albanian island with somebody who claimed to be the owner, who quickly got arrested under allegedly being a cocaine dealer and alleged forged documents. America. Y'all don't find trouble with this man walking around the nation representing the United States, but y'all had so much a problem with Hunter Biden working for a gas company, actually working for a gas company. Y'all had so much problem with Hunter Biden selling paintings that he actually painted. But y'all don't have no problems with this? Oh, I guess a lot of Americans don't even know about this. Tell a friend. The link's in my description box.
Realize that Trump was also making a ton of money, and they figured, hey, we might as well, manipulate the market while we, also don't get peace. Iran has formally demanded a cut of the billions, it says, people close to Trump made by manipulating financial markets tied to the Iran war. Tehran calculated the profits from that alleged manipulation, again, $9 billion. We have conveyed through intermediaries that $4.5 billion of the sum should also be allocated to the Iranian side. They're funny. These are funny people, right? They know what they're doing. They're joking, right? They're saying, hey, you made all this money? Yeah, give us a cut. They knew it wasn't going to happen. Now, the U.S. will end up paying Iran a hell of a lot more than that because of all of the damage we caused with our offensive war. It's important we don't rewrite history. So here, again, what a year to be alive, 2026. On one end, you have people so brazen, like Jared Kushner, Mr. Ken doll here, Botox, if Botox came to life. Just, I've never seen him smile. What the hell's going on? You're worth billions. You can't smile? Smile more. You're robbing us. At least enjoy it. So here you have a guy who tries to buy off an island while he's floating by on his friend's private yacht. A friend, the Rothschilds, all of the. And again, this is what QAnon, when they were supporting Maga, when they were supporting Trump, they just warned everybody about these crazy Democrats, Alex Jones, the Rothschilds, Obama, like all these weird banker, international law, they're going to do this. Everything they were afraid of, Donald Trump is literally doing. Now, in this instance, it literally took 2 months of protest to get this deal to fall through. And the only way it fell through was showing that the guy was a fraud who sold them the land. Now, maybe there's a world where the guy actually did have the deed to the land, and then the Albanian government was like, no, you don't, player. Maybe that's how it worked out. But you know how like the mob boss never gets arrested for the crimes. It's always for like tax evasion. Maybe this is how they were able to kick Jared Kushner off the island. All I'm saying is this. You have people that come, like I'm wearing
No. We're going to go with story number 1. Now, let's see. Should I go here?
A couple of months back, we covered this pretty wild story about Jared and Ivanka Trump claiming they discovered an island in the Mediterranean off the coast of Albania. Ivanka told the story like it was kind of a real estate meet cute, but really it was just like a love story about colonization. Ever since
on the Rothschilds yacht.
On the Rothschilds yacht. That's my favorite
That's
detail.
when they discovered
they swam up
the barren island.
We walked to the top of the mountain barefoot. Everyone's like, it's not barren. It's a fucking wildlife
it's an
reserve.
island. Yeah.
So they cut this sweetheart deal with the prime minister of Albania to try to develop this area. Ever since, there have been massive protests of the deal, of the development of the region, which
they were turning over the containers that they had set up for the workers to work in. You know how they set up those trailers for the workers. They were rolling those bitches down the top of that mountain.
have been dubbed the flamingo revolution by locals because there's a bunch of like endangered flamingo species that would be impacted by the construction. The Wall Street Journal added some incredible reporting to this firestorm over the weekend. The Journal says that the development group that Jared Kushner is backing paid over $120 million to a man named Artur, I don't know, he's a gangster, who gives a shit, Artur Shehu, for the land that they're trying to develop. But there were a couple small issues with that. First of all, Shehu may not legally own the land. The villagers who live there say they like saw Jared's like AI rendering of what this resort would look like, realized it was on top of their village, and then reached out to say, hey, this dude stole it from us back in 2000. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is that Shehu is an alleged gangster and drug trafficker. This guy might be kind of overseeing gangs that are leading to people going in boats in the Caribbean that Pete Hegseth is then drone striking.
Oh, great.
So that's cool. Yeah. And then finally, back in June, Albania's corruption office got an order to arrest Shehu for money laundering and racketeering. He currently lives in Miami because he fled Albania because he was involved in like a shootout at a bar, maybe with a rival gang. So Ben, great reporting here by the Wall Street Journal.
So he's in Miami. You think they're gonna put out a warrant for his arrest, or he'll just blend in? Let's see if he's gonna be arrested in Miami, or if he's gonna just blend in. I'm curious. I didn't know that.
Not remotely surprised that Jared Kushner is kind of like in cahoots with a mobster in Albania, since his father-in-law acts like one, and actually his father acts like one too. Remember, he tried to set up his own sister in a sting operation. But
a little weird.
Crazy story.
This story is so important because every single trend in the world that people are pissed about kind of converges in it. You know, like oligarchs calling shots, like Jared Kushner doing real estate deals, environmental degradation, like life not getting better for people while these deals are done over their heads. The reality is, like, I just don't see this. I'm sorry for Jared and Ivanka. I can't see this thing coming to fruition.
Getting done.
It seems like this tapped into
What the fuck
a
you
level.
sorry for them for? The fuck you talking about?
Literally number one on the list for oversight.
Message
for
to
Congress.
Democrats: after you win, knock on wood, and hopefully get certified, knock on wood. This corruption has to be.
Do not wait.
Please,
Day one.
dive in.
Subpoenas.
Do independent investigations. Do whatever you have to do.
Subpoena Kushner. Subpoena his business partners. Subpoena the banks. Subpoena like the partners. Like all of it. Day one.
Yeah.
Don't wait.
Yeah.
Please, God, don't wait again.
You want to put Merrick Garland on this case?
Day one, immediately and quickly and swiftly. This link is in my description box. All of the things I just shared with you are in my description box under the title, The Nerve of Jared Kushner. I have one more I will share with you.
I've got big updates regarding Saison Island. That's the location for the Trump.
One more I want to share with you on that.
Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump project.
Here we go.
Furious world leaders, and in particular, furious European leaders, are making sure that Ivanka doesn't have her escape plan after the Trump regime collapses. They know about Ivanka's plan to take over the Albanian island with Jared Kushner, as they are funneling in billions of dollars from Jared Kushner's Middle East funded private equity firm to take over the ecological masterpiece that is this Albanian island that they want to make for their right-wing oligarchs and turn it into a Trumpenstein island. Now, furious world leaders and European leaders have a few tricks up their sleeve at, well, Albania desperately wants to become a European Union country. They've started the process and have gotten pretty far into the European Union ascension process. And now the European Union is saying, you know what? Shut that island down right now, Albania. Shut that Trumpenstein island. This happens, by the way, at the same time that Jared Kushner's dad, who's by the way, someone who was convicted and pardoned by Donald Trump, he's now the ambassador to France. He continues to attack France. You've got the U.S. ambassador to Canada attacking Canada. Of course, you've got the U.S. ambassador to Denmark having to hide after the Trump regime continues to say it wants to take over Greenland, as the United States has Pete Hegseth, who calls himself the Secretary of War. That pathetic loser is out there constantly attacking NATO, as Donald Trump is out there attacking Giorgia Meloni of Italy. The European Union is saying, you know what? Get these Trumps the hell away from us. Get them the hell away from us. We're not going to allow you, Albania, to join the European Union if you're going to do this island with Ivanka and Jared. And this is just the beginning. Just you wait. We're just buying some time until this Trump regime is over. And then you'll see what Europe's really going to do. I want to bring in Katie Fang from the Katie Fang YouTube channel. Make sure you check out her YouTube channel. She breaks down what's going on right now in Europe so perfectly, as Europe is saying, Albania, you cannot join the European Union so long as you are working with Ivanka and Jared. Finally, we're seeing them stand up in this way. All right, let's bring in Katie Fang.
We've got some incredible breaking news. The European Parliament on Wednesday telling Albania, by way of a resolution that was adopted on the 2025 Commission report on Albania, that Prime Minister Edi Rama in Albania needs to reverse that country's laws and positions when it comes.
Now, Edi Rama is the prime minister who met on the little boat, that the Rothschild boat that Ivanka and Jared jumped off of to have the little swim when they were sailing by the island. And he actually came to the boat to talk to Jared Kushner. And Jared Kushner came up, oh, I was just so interested in the man because he's an artist and all of this. He blew smoke up his ass. And so Edi Rama is the one who helped broker in this deal with Ivanka and Jared, the prime minister.
To the ability of property was adopted on the 2025 Commission report on Albania, that Prime Minister Edi Rama in Albania needs to reverse that country's laws and positions when it comes to the ability of projects like Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump's insane 10,000 bed luxury resort in environmental wetlands that historically were protected. Now, what's fascinating is this. Lawmakers in the European Parliament telling Albania that they need to have an immediate moratorium on any new permits and construction in environmentally protected areas. And they stated that Albania risks losing its momentum in its accession process in the European Union if it goes ahead without any contemplation of environmental impact assessments. The European Parliament and Commission pressuring Albania to reverse changes in its laws when it comes to protected areas and to repeal its strategic investment law, which opened the door to projects such as Jared Kushner's.
In other words, if you try this shit again, you will not be allowed to become a part of the European Union. Try this shit again. You're going to be on your own.
Italian MEP Ilaria Sali stating during debate on Tuesday, quote, Europe should pay close attention to what's happening in Albania. There's no better guarantee for the path toward accession to the European Union than a living, conscious people capable of mobilizing against predatory capitalism in defense of justice, the commons, and freedom.
This predatory capitalism against the people. That's exactly what that was.
This is exciting news. This is after more than 20 days of continuous protests. Just this past Saturday, more than 200,000 protesters taken to the streets in Albania. And look, folks, this is not just in Albania. We have protests in Italy, Germany, France, Canada, the United Kingdom, the United States, Sweden, and Australia. People are fighting back against the predation of capitalists, and specifically an oligarchy like that of Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, and those capital and elitists that want to invade and intrude on protected environmental wetlands to be able to just build something to make more damn money. Now, I wanted to make sure, because here at Katie Fang News, we were one of the very first independent news platforms that was covering what was happening.
Okay, this link is in my description box as well. I concur with you on that. This link is in my description box under the title, The Nerve of Jared, as well. You go over there and watch the whole link if you choose. I've watched the whole thing, and also join the Midas Touch or the Katie Fang channel. A great commentary. She also reads a lot of court dockets. So these are great places to get your information on. But I also wanted to move forward to show you something that is quite obvious why they are doing this. This is the old playbook. This is nothing new. What is going on? We talked about this about
they make these things sound difficult. They're not that difficult.
They make this stuff sound difficult. This is not that difficult. This is why they want to rewrite history, because they want to make it seem like oh no, we're doing something honorable. We're trying to help the people out. This is why they want to take history out of the history book and rewrite history. There was I came across something about how horrid these new school books that they have that are written by AI, how horrible the history that is in these new AI created history books are. And that is the point. So we're talking about colonizers. What are colonizers? And you notice that these people are trying to colonize once again all over the map. But what they are not doing is they're not taking care of the United States of America. No, they have their tentacles all over the world. And planting their flags under the United States flags at the behest of billionaires, under the guise of doing something for the United States of America, when in fact this is at the behest and the will and the profit of singular billionaires. So don't be fooled by what's going on in the United States of America. It's old as dirt. It's history.
You can learn this from. They make these things sound difficult. They're not that difficult. You can learn this from 4th, 5th, 6th grade on. I mean, we teach it in college, but they try to make it like this is some mysterious thing. It's not mysterious. It's very basic. What is a colony? You know, there were 13 colonies that rose up in revolt. Well, first of all, we need to find what a colony is. If you understand what a colony is, you understand what the revolt about. Because we've heard about the glorious sense of all the beautiful words about the Declaration of Independence and all they wanted to do. And by the way, that's really true. There were some brilliant brilliant, brilliant human beings, men who crafted the Declaration and the Constitution. I don't want to take that away from them. They were brilliant. And they were coming into a tradition, really beginning to experiment with some new kinds of ways that human beings could live with each other. Can't take that away from me either. But in this context, they were really talking about, again, white people, Europeans, by white men in particular. So these were British colonies. What is a colony? A colony, by definition, is a parasitic enterprise. Colonies are established to exploit the human and material resources, mostly the material resources of a subjected territory by the mother country. The mother country goes somewhere, conquers it, not because they want to liberate the people, make them free or make them happy. No, because they have raw materials. They have something that they need and want, and they want to be able to exploit it for the benefit of the mother country. And to the extent that people are there, they too will be exploited, not for their development, but for the development of the mother country. Typically.
And who are the mother countries of this colonies that these oligarchs of the tech world want to create, these techno states? The individual tech people. They themselves are the mother countries. And all of this taking over Greenland, taking over Albania, it isn't for the mother country that they are snaking up under the American flag. It is not to benefit the United States of America at all. It is to benefit these billionaires. Period. This link is in my description box under history. Never forget. I would advise you to never forget history.
For example, it may be raw materials. It may be, let's say, cocoa. Ghana has like a great deal of cocoa. Well, they don't want.
Venezuela. What does Venezuela have? I've already talked about the natural resources. Everybody knows about the oil. But what about the rare earth minerals? What about the gold? What about all of those minerals? But the rare earth minerals, those are the things that are most important to these tech billionaires. So don't be caught sleeping.
Got to do. I mean, they have chocolate. They want the cocoa, but they want to be able to transform it into the finished product. So the raw material is often shipped back to the mother country, and then the finished product is shipped back to the colony. Now,
once they send it back to the colony, they're selling it to the colony. They're selling it to the people that they got the raw product from, because they tell the colony, oh, well, we have to send it back to the United States to refine it. That's why Burkina Faso threw France out of Burkina Faso, because France was over there taking all of the gold out of Burkina Faso and giving them pennies on the dollar, talking about, oh, well, we have to take the gold out back to France to refine it, and giving them pennies and getting rich. Same old story.
You understand what I'm saying? The raw material is cheaper than the finished product. And so you on this end, you want to market. You want to market for your products. It is a parasitical relationship. And so when you really look at these 13 colonies, that's what they were established for. They weren't philanthropic enterprises. The crown, the British crown, was looking for a way to enhance itself, to enrich itself and its royalty. And it therefore came into the 13 colonies. They created companies with the express purpose of doing that. But a funny thing happened also that was going on, because these European nations were also fighting among each other for hegemony and for superiority. It was called balance of power politics. France was fighting against England, England against the Netherlands. They were all positioning themselves. And by the way, all of them wanted a peace. of the so-called New World that Christopher Columbus was stumbling around and lost. He was lost, but he was stumbling around. They all wanted a piece. So the British launched it out for North America, and they did it through the pilgrims and so forth who came.
Okay, so same old thing. That's what's going on right now. They're trying to recolonize places that have sustained populations, trying to act as if, oh well, we're going around the world and we're helping the world and we're creating more. We're giving people advantages that they are not accustomed to, that they don't have now. Why is any of this important? Some of this stuff is important, because if you are not paying attention to what these people are doing, y'all remember when Charlie Kirk lost his life? And they tried to make like Charlie Kirk was some big politician and left-wing violence, and we have to do something, and everybody was up in arms, and they tried to make it seem like Charlie Kirk was Gandhi and some elected official. There was a little thing that they pushed through your government very silently called the NSPM7. And that made it very easy for your government to determine that American citizens were domestic terrorism based on very thin evidence. And you don't even have to commit a crime to be put on a list as a domestic terrorist. Now, there was a lot of pushback behind this Charlie Kirk shooting within itself, but somebody who was always talking about this Charlie Kirk situation was Candace Owens. Candace Owens was dogged on it. Her and Charlie Kirk were alleged friends, and she worked with him and blah 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 blah. And she said something about this doesn't sound right. So some big fat funky dude, I don't know where he's from. I've seen him on several debate shows talking dumb. He said he wanted to pay her $300,000 to debate her, to know why he is sure that Tyler Robinson was the one who took Charlie Kirk's life. And so he paid her to go to her house and debate her. And of course, she wanted to, because it was in her actual home studio. And so he was trying to be cute and coy to say who was going to show up with him. And come to find out, it was people who she didn't care for, and blah, 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 who she had beef with, and bringing them to her physical home and all of this dumb shit. And then when they get in there, and he said he had proof, he was proof positive that this guy was the person who did it. And then the first question, PBJ, his ass, he was the moderator. The first question, one of the first two questions, he said that he was 75% sure. Debate's over. The premise of the debate was he could prove 100% that Tyler Robinson was the shooter. Now, I've seen not thoroughly through Candace Owens's videos. I've seen several of Candace Owens's videos, and some of the videos have been interesting because she has brought up several different questions. There was the connections to all of the people who worked in the hospital attended to Charlie Kirk has Israelis connection to Israel. There was a question about a private jet that flew in and flew right out from Israel. Now, there was the Joe Kent situation about the last time he saw Charlie Kirk. He said, don't let the president go to war or something to that effect. There was I always forget this dude's name, the rich dude who caught Charlie Kirk off guard at a party and put him on the phone, I believe, with Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh God, I forget his name. Oh, the one who wanted to be a professional tennis star, so he played his way into a professional tennis match. I forget his name, with the white hair. I forget his name. Whatever. He allegedly Charlie Kirk into a phone conversation, and when Charlie got on the phone, it was Netanyahu, and he wasn't expecting it. So they said that Charlie Kirk was in his last days, was trying to step away from Netanyahu. Whatever, I don't know. Who cares? I don't give a fuck. Charlie Kirk was I didn't see it for all of the racism that they tried to cover up for Charlie Kirk, all of with his black racism against black people. Charlie Kirk, I guess I agree with Charlie Kirk on absolutely one thing, that I guess you have to have some gun violence to protect the Second Amendment. So if he was okay with it, I'm okay with it. Fuck him. That was his stance on gun violence. And I find it ironic that his question, that his last question that he was asked about gun violence, he had to clarify if they were talking about gang violence or regular gun violence. So I guess he got that question cleared up for him. So it is what it is with Charlie Kirk. Fuck him. So the simple fact that our whole nation got turned upside down trying to recreate history about Charlie Kirk of all people. So Candace Owens, she did have some actual facts, and so a whole lot of questions that could not be answered. So her and Anna Kasparian sat down together. So after the goofball couldn't answer who paid her $300,000 and couldn't even answer what charges Tyler Robinson was up on, just showed totally made an ass of himself in the debate, that he paid Candace Owens, who's married to I think her husband is a billionaire, and he's such a cuck that he's paying her to be in a room with her to debate her on something that she is well versed in. He was laughable, a total laughable fool. So I was skimming through the internet, and I was like, oh, Candace Owens and Anna Kasparian did a debate together. I'm going to drop the link in my description box, and I'm also going to drop it in the chat. I suggest you go over there and check it out. I haven't watched the whole interview, but I caught parts of it on Political Punk show. Something very perplexing happened immediately after Charlie Kirk's shooting, and nobody ever came up with a answer to this. Now we are in the preliminary stages of the Charlie Kirk case, where they are deciding whether they are going to charge, whether they're going to actually put Tyler Robinson, actually going to go on and press this case against Tyler Robinson. And if you watch Candace Owens' show, all of this information that they are presenting in court, not one picture that they're showing that supposedly represents they want to tell you is Tyler Robinson. You cannot see a clear face of the picture of the man's face that they are telling you is Tyler Robinson. The body shapes are different. The sizes are different. It's just all over the place. It's a bunch of BS if you ask me. All of these people are one person that they have in a well lit undercar garage. It looks like they have on some Skims, a pair of opaque pantyhose, so you can't see the real color of their legs obviously they must have some type of tattoo or something that they're trying to cover up. So they have on some type of bodysuit on their legs because they're wearing shorts. It's just a bunch of poppycock that you would expect to come from the FBI via Cockeye Patel. It's a bunch of bullshit, in my opinion. So you never see a clear, with cameras everywhere in 2025, there's no clear cut shot of Tyler Robinson at this school. With all of these pictures that your FBI is presenting to actually present a death sentence case. It's just crazy. The only clear picture that you have of Tyler Robinson is a picture at the Dairy Queen. But the one thing that I always thought that was peculiar earlier on, even before Candace Owens started, I'm not saying that it's because of me. I'm just saying that a lot of people may have found that was peculiar about this situation, was the person from Turning Point USA who got up in the chair before the scene was taped off or anything, took that camera down that was behind Charlie Kirk's head, took the camera down, set the camera on the table, and took the SIM card out of the camera. So therefore, the camera would have been pointing towards the audience behind Charlie Kirk's head, and he took the SIM card out, and then he walked behind the setup tent and disappeared. Now, come to find out, he never turned that SIM card over to the FBI. You found this out when? You found this out when they are presenting this case in Utah right now. He turned over parts of. He turned over. What did he turn over? He turned over a drop and some type of drop in something else, but he never turned over the actual SIM card. So they never were able. The FBI, Patel's FBI, was never able to fully examine this SIM card. Now, this man actually worked for Turning Points USA, and you're going to see Candace Owens ask him, well, how come you didn't turn over the SIM card? And well, let me see it. What did you do with it? I still have it. Did you going to turn it over? This is very interesting to me. Let's get into this.
The exclusive footage that you presented on your show just yesterday. So you asked, rightfully, like what happened immediately after?
This is going to be under... And another thing that is interesting about this, all of the theatrics of Eric Kirk, all of the theatrics, isn't it funny that all of this shit has fallen apart? But what did not fall apart is that we, the American people, are it has made it easier for your government to determine that you are a domestic terrorists behind this shooting. This is the whole point of this. I think that this this shooting was a whole lot of bullshit. I think that this shooting was a whole lot of bullshit. This is some bullshit that has been set up to make it easier to determine that American citizens are domestic terrorists. This is what it feels like to me, because quickly after NSPM 7 was signed by your president. And if your government get indicators, not anything specific, you don't have to commit a crime that you are anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, traditional American values, traditional family values, and a whole lot of anti-vague shit, without you ever committing a crime. You can be deemed to be a domestic terrorist in your own government. I will drop the link to the NSPM 7 notice. If go over there to Kyle Kalinske page. I've talked about this exhaustively, the NSPM 7, but your for-profit media hasn't. Let's get into this. we're gonna get. Let's get into. Hold on. Let's get into it. Let me see. I think it's right here.
The SD cards. They know how to figure out an SD card. You don't have to do anything.
Is
actually on the day that Charlie was assassinated.
It's funny.
Said he was worried that Google. We all.
So obviously, it showed what happened after when he fell. It showed the crowd. If there was some.
I'm gonna start it at the beginning.
The exclusive footage that you presented on your show just yesterday. So you asked, rightfully, like what happened immediately after he took the SD card out of the camera.
Here is what Terrell did thereafter, seen for the first time.
There he is.
Terrell
right there
is there.
This is after he took the SD card.
He looks around again, nervously. And he puts the SD card in his pocket and he zips up. He doesn't run to the other cameras and try to grab the SD card. Instead, what he does is he whips out his phone and he begins texting with someone.
Holy shit.
And that's what he does.
Dude, I want to see those texts, bro. Guys, listen to me. My gut tells me that TPUSA knew. TPUSA, like Erica, her behavior has never made sense.
And luckily, Candace joins us today to walk us through it all. Candace, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Dude, oh my God. Dude, it's the collab we've all been waiting for. Candace Owens, Anna Kasparian.
This video footage is
okay. This is in my the last link in my description box under "Was this a setup?"
very suspicious, and we need answers. And it does cast some doubt on the official narrative surrounding Tyler Robinson and how this assassination allegedly took place. So, you have mentioned on your show repeatedly that less than 4 minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot, Terrell Farnsworth, who runs audio and visual for Turning Point USA, was seen taking down one of the cameras that was like on the set where Charlie was, right? So there's 3 cameras in total, but the one camera behind him, which would capture the back of Charlie's head and the audience viewing him, that's the camera less than 4 minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot. That's the camera that Terrell Farnsworth goes to immediately, takes it down, and then there's video of that moment along with some of the context of what you had to say about the video. So I want to just show the audience that, and then we'll go to the new footage that you presented yesterday. Everyone take a look.
So when the footage began going viral, the clip of Terrell taking down that camera in particular, people online, I think, rightfully speculated that there must have been something really important about that back footage behind Charlie's head specifically. And then people were gaslit. We were told, no, there was nothing unique about that camera. There was nothing unique about that footage in particular. Terrell actually grabbed all of the footage, and he did so because people were stealing and people are evil, which we then said our common sense went, that doesn't really make sense, because if he was worried about people stealing, wouldn't he be concerned with the camera? It was just the SD card that he took out. Contrary to what Andrew Colvett is saying, there was something special about that footage behind Charlie's head, and Terrell beelined to it in particular. And he was nervous about that footage in particular because he did not instantly grab all of the SD cards. He grabbed that one and he did it nervously. Here he is. Here he is.
Dude, this was pretty crazy, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's a fucking murder scene, bro.
He's taking down the camera altogether. If you're worried about theft, take the whole camera. It's pretty small. It's in your hand. He doesn't do that. He takes it apart and he takes the SD card out. And he looks around. He wants to see who's looking at him.
Dude, it's crazy. I had a friend in AA who was like a very high up in the police department, okay? This is insane. A murder scene that got filmed by a camera, and then somebody just takes the camera, moves it, pops out the car, does this all before the cops even secure the location. I mean, nobody's even securing this shit. Like, bro, this is nuts, dude. This is absolutely insane. And the fact that this guy is filmed doing this guy literally, you would think, would be immediately arrested for obstruction of justice and required to produce that camera and that footage. I mean, why was the FBI not flipping out over this? This is unheard of, man, because that camera literally showed the murder. It showed what happened after when he fell. It showed the crowd. If there was somebody connected to the killing in the crowd, that would be evidentiary value of that. Like, bro, this is the craziest fucking thing I have ever seen. I mean, brazen.
And then he looks down at it and he walks around. And we had wondered, what did Terrell do when he walked around? He hasn't addressed any other camera there, just that one.
Weird.
So it's definitely strange that he didn't address any other camera except for the one directly behind Charlie Kirk.
And in fact, he left the camera sitting wherever he pulled the card. Dude, he literally just took the card, left the camera sitting out there, you know, so obviously he wasn't too concerned about the camera. He's just like, I'm going to get the card, going to get the evidence out of here.
And you actually reached out to him. You knew who he was because of your time with Turning Point USA. You spoke to him on September 18th to ask about it. What did he tell you?
It was the first thing that made me uncomfortable in this case. He basically was saying a bunch of excuses that didn't make any sense. The first thing he said was, he wanted to secure the footage because he didn't want Erica to see Charlie die in 4K. And I said, Terrell, we all just watched Charlie die. Like, they're not saving her from that inevitability. Dude, because, that's the whole thing. It was live stream. We all watched this already. It's all over the internet and it's from the front. Why would you grab the back footage if that was your concern? And then he told me that I said, could you just send it to me? Because I'm not going to show the footage. I just want to see it so I can then defend you on my platform, which was my intention, to say, hey guys, like, this is the reason he did this. Maybe a police officer told him to grab all the footage. I hadn't put the pieces together yet. And he told me, well, I don't know how to send a file that big. And I said, Terrell, you run an audiovisual company. You know how to send big files. Like, you can use WeTransfer. You could use Google. Dude, and then he
get a fucking Dropbox, bro. Homie is faking it, bro. Jesus, it's funny.
Said he was worried that Google was going to hack him. I mean, these are just totally, frankly, bizarre excuses for not showing me the footage. I happily on to him. I would have jumped on a Zoom call. And I was like, hey, you're acting really strange. I told him that. I said, this is all very weird. Like, what would Google hack you for the purpose of then showing the footage that we've all seen? Like, we're all going to see Charlie die again. Like, what kind of a conspiracy is this? And so you fast forward to this preliminary hearing and the testimony of the State Bureau.
Make any of that make sense? Make any of that make sense? DLO Brown, I don't need you coming in here making proclamations about your sexuality. Calm down and stay on topic. No one needs to hear proclamations about your sexuality.
Of investigations, and I find out that actually 8 days prior to him speaking to me, actually on the day that Charlie was assassinated, he sent them Google links. So clearly he wasn't fearful about Google. Clearly he knew how to share a link, as I know he did. So the natural question that I have is, why did he lie to me? Why did he lie to me?
Already, like most people have just forgotten about Charlie Kirk. Right? They have. His impact on the world has just completely disappeared. And TPUSA's promise to like, oh, we're going to get even bigger now that this happened, none of that has come true.
None of that has come through. All of that has been deflated. Did y'all see when JD Vance was supposed to speak at a Turning Point USA event with Erica Kirk? Everybody is turned off from them. I am so glad they were filling the empty heads with this racist message from the right, filling their heads with this empty rhetoric, telling them to go out and have children even if you can't afford it, under the guise of Christianity. A whole lot of right-wing hate speech. And they were so happy that they wanted a Turning Point USA in every school. And I think it was either Oklahoma or Alabama who wanted a chapter in every school, including elementary schools. And I could be wrong about the elementary school. Every public schools and all of this shit. And now Turning Point USA is just an object failure. There is a God. So I just wanted to give you guys this, and let me drop the link. I'm gonna drop the link to her straight up a video with Anna Kasparian.
Wilson should have known. Take a look.
This is the monster that she interviewed with, who paid her $300,000 to interview with. This link will be in my description box. Was this a setup? Was this a setup? This link right here is Candace Owens interviewing with this numbnuts who wanted to interview with her. I don't know if he was drunk or what, but he was a moron. He paid her $300,000 and he thought he was going to get a got you moment. Let's see a little bit of this. The full interview with Candace Owens. They are both in my description box. The one I just played you in this, I'm just going to play you her devouring this idiot.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you?
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you.
So the question is, you said that Tyler Robinson is overwhelmingly guilty. That is the question. So she's asking him to name the charges that he is up on. Since you're saying he's overwhelmingly guilty, what are his charges? Very simple question.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should. Like, can you tell me one?
Then let's do the counter. This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay.
Incredible to witness Andrew Wilson, who paid Candace Owens $300,000 to engage in that debate, have absolutely no familiarity with the topic at hand, namely the Tyler Robinson case, the suspect who's accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk. Now, Candace's detractors have basically brushed that moment off as like, no big deal, no biggie. But it is a big deal because prior to that debate, Andrew Wilson declared that there was overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty. Okay, guilty of what? How can one
Okay, the links are in my description box. Go over there and check it out if you want to watch the whole thing. Let me see. I think there is one more thing. There is something about the food that I want to talk about. There's something out about some food contamination. I think I found it earlier in yesterday. Let's see what Fox News have to say about our sailors starving.
I mean, how weak are you on TV complaining about tuna and noodles? I'm sorry. You volunteered to serve your country. You can come back, get out of the military, and do like all of these Democrat veterans and complain about it and make commercials and be a sellout if you want to and come up with a new way of doing things.
Fox News host Joey Jones ripped the troops for bringing up conditions such as these.
All right, y'all. So a couple of y'all wanted to see how the ship look, or the head look, aka the bathroom. The shower's right here, you feel me? This is what we go through on a carrier in the Navy. They say join the Navy, right? Join the Navy. And look at this. This is crazy. This ain't even the worst part, man. Sinks atrocious. Wait till y'all see the toilets, man. Look at the toilet. Y'all expect me to take a doodle in this, y'all? Nah. Y'all crazy. Look at this. Come on now. Join the Navy, though, right? Join the Navy. Yeah, all right, bro.
However, for right-wing outlets, they suddenly hate the military.
But to sit there and say that it was terrible because you had a corn dog and a hot dog, I would have traded a block of C4 to the Taliban for a hot dog by about July 2010. I just do not understand the mentality. If this is a representation of who our military is now, and I'm not saying it is, but there's at least enough for some of these trash rags to print about it. If this is who we are, we're just Rome sitting here waiting to burn. We've got nothing left. It makes me fume. But to that little kid and whoever raised him, Lord help you if you ever go into a hot war on the ground like millions of Americans have. I can only think what a World War II veteran sitting there who's lucid enough today to see that and think about the 6-month journey home from fighting the toughest war we've ever fought after being there for 4 years was thinking, listening to him complain like that.
This is truly diabolical and shows where the Republican Party is at.
What have been some of the challenges, being out here at sea for so many consecutive days?
Honestly, the only thing challenging has been like mental challenges, like trying to manage my sleep, stuff like that.
U.S. officials told me that earlier this month, a sailor went overboard from the USS Abraham Lincoln. That sailor was rescued in about an hour and was medically evaluated and then was brought off the ship. But this incident is now added to a growing list of concerns about the crew during this extended deployment for the Iran war.
It's tough. I said I had my first kid born in February, so very excited to get home, meet her.
You've never met your daughter?
Nope.
She was born right around when this conflict started.
Luckily, she was born February 6th, so I was able to get on FaceTime, watch the birth, talk to my wife before everything went down.
Because if you do remember, in their fight against the LGBTQ plus community and ridiculing, for example, not a huge fan, but Pete Buttigieg for being a gay man with obviously a husband, having a child together, they ripped family values apart. That is all that they talked about, what feels like from yesteryear. Oh, the nuclear family is so strong. We need the nuclear family. We need, marriage is between a man and a woman, blah, 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 blah. And suddenly they are awfully quiet when a man who is aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln because Trump, Hegseth, and others got us into a war probably to help out those involved in, let's say, gas, raising their prices, making a ridiculous amount. The military-industrial complex making a ridiculous amount. And having us get into a war that we never should have started in the first place. This man is a hostage. Those sailors are hostages in this war that no one wanted. And
but guess who's in Iowa possibly putting his bid in to run for president, a none other than Pete Kegbreath. Did y'all hear about Pete Kegbreath being in Iowa?
This is directly from a family that's close to one of the sailors on board the USS Abraham Lincoln, and is a combination of reports received.
You know, Iowa is the first stop for Republicans, Democrats and Republicans, when they are thinking about running for president. Why was Pete Stankbreath in Iowa doing a campaign rally? Campaigning for what?
Phone calls and text messages. This is their accounting of their experience. They left in November, and by January and February, families were being asked to send care packages with basic items because the ship store had already run out. Sailors were asking for things like body wash, socks, underwear, jerky, drink mixes, and toilet paper. Family also sent a double-walled water bottle so the sailor could have cool drinks during their 12-hour watches and after-watch work times. Unfortunately, these care packages were stuck in Bahrain for months, and the sailor didn't receive these packages until...
You know why these packages were stuck in Bahrain? When Pete Kegbreath came out there and told you that the sailors had everything that they needed, Pete Kegbreath was lying to you, because he knew that stop in Bahrain had already been destroyed by Iran. But so he has had all of these care packages, and that site had already been destroyed. So there were no care packages. I'm wondering if the families even know now and are still wasting their money trying to send packages to these people who are on their ships in this whole site where they were supposed to be sending these packages have been destroyed. I'm just curious.
Till late June, 5 or 6 months after they were sent. Reports of low morale had been coming in for months at this point, due to things like water issues preventing them from doing their laundry for long periods of time, leading to breakdowns in things like socks and underwear from the heat and humidity. The sailor also reported a jumper on a recent call with his family and said it wasn't the first and it wouldn't be the last. He said they had a recovery team man to deal with this during the day, but said if a sailor chose to jump at night, recovery would be unlikely. It was reported to me that this conversation happened 2 days before the story broke here in the U.S. During that same call, the sailor reported that the command had finally allowed people to serve themselves food instead of being served in ration lines, where portions were small and controlled. The command also tried to raise morale by having crew members engage in small activities like waffle making contests. The sailor reported working a night shift rotation and said it was often common for him to get off of watch and not be able to eat, or have to find a CS and beg for food because the mess was closed, and he only had 5 or 6 hours to sleep and run clothes through a rinse cycle if the laundry was working before his next watch.
Ask the president about this, by the way. He is not only incredibly disrespectful to the press pool, shocker, but he lies through his teeth.
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. Okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands. Quiet. Who are you with?
I'm with CNN.
Fake news. You're fake news. You're a loud, boisterous person. You're fake news. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. You're a fake reporter, and you report fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, is there enough food on the USS Lincoln?
Yeah, it is. That was a CNN fake report. The Lincoln has been out there for a good period of time. But over the years, we've had them out there much longer. I was at a group meeting, and an admiral came up to see me over the weekend. And it was at a big group, and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir. And
to my understanding, this is the longest time that a ship has ever been out in the ocean without any stops.
People on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of.
Then there's a report from Midas Touch that would shed even more light on the atrocities that are taking place aboard the USS Lincoln. Why isn't there milk? A family member would ask. One sailor aboard the Lincoln explained the ship's supply runs simply can't keep perishables fresh long enough to make the trip out to the carrier. So the supply ship that comes here can't bring fruits and stuff because it can't stay fresh long enough with the time it gets them to get here. So we haven't had anything fresh but meat because it's freeze. Sometimes it gets here rotten.
Sometimes they get here rotten. Let me see if I can find that report where Keg Breath was absolutely lying to the reporters. Let me see. Let's get into some more Maga politics. If you're not,
all right, guys. So this is crazy, but there's a.
If you are not enough Maga, let's see who Ron DeSantis put in. Who I think he's running for either Congress or Senate, and Ron DeSantis appointee. And I think that your president endorsed him. Don't quote me on the president endorsement, but has a history of generational essaying his family members, children in his own family, a history of generational essaying the children in his family, his own children and his grandchildren. But it seems like the Republicans are upset that John Ossoff had the audacity to say that Donald Trump is busy running around catching flights with Natalie. That's what he said. That's what he said. He's busy. He's too busy to work on what is needed in our country because he's running around catching flights with Natalie. Nothing more, nothing less. But the Republicans want to be all have their noses all in a fucking in a bunch over John Ossoff saying this. But they're mum on the reports of this recently coming out about this man in the Republican who was appointed by Ron DeSantis, who is still sitting in office and running for another office. But they're mum on this.
Ron DeSantis appointed Republican by the name of Michael Caruso. He's been big in Republican politics basically his entire adult life, okay? And trigger warning on this. I'm not a trigger warning type guy, right? But if there was ever time for one, it's right now, okay? Because this guy was outed as being one of the most horrific pedophiles I've ever heard of in my life, okay? So here's a list of some of the charges he now has against him. He was arrested, kidnapping, lewd or lascivious, I don't know how to say that word, molestation, lewd or lascivious exhibition, luring or enticing a child, and child abuse causing mental injury. His victims, ready for this? 2 members of his own family under the age of 12. Bro, over a decade ago, this guy's daughter warned the world about him and basically said, he's a pedophile. Look out, he is. We're just saying, he's done horrible stuff. Warning. Well, when you get into the specifics, oh my days, it is atrocious. Republican former state representative and close ally of Ron DeSantis, who appointed Caruso to a position last year after 7 years in the Florida legislature.
When is last year? Last year is 2025.
Some details. Caruso's grandson said Caruso made him perform oral on a family cruise in summer of 2024. He was 5 years old.
2025. A 5-year-old had to testify that grandpa, he thought it was urine, and grandpa peed in my mouth.
The kid was 5 years old. The grandson was 5 years old. And this guy basically took the 5-year-old grandson, and was like, oh, let's go get some ice cream or whatever, right? And the rest of the family, by the way, was like red alert. They were like, oh shit, where's the kid? Oh my God, oh, he's with grandpa, right? And they noticed that when grandpa came back with the 5-year-old kid, they noticed grandpa was wearing different clothes and it looked like he had taken a shower. And come to find out, God, I can't even the specifics of this are just so stomach churning. It's disgusting. Apparently what happened was he basically made the 5-year-old kid take a shower with him. And they said that he, God, I don't even want to fucking say it. It's so gross. The 5-year-old kid said that the grandfather had him, quote, pee in his mouth and it tasted yucky. I have no words for a monster of this level, okay? FloridaPolitics.com continues that Caruso allegedly fondled the boy's genitals and exposed himself last Thanksgiving. Caruso's daughter previously accused him of sexual assault as well. More on Florida GOP politician Michael Caruso. He's accused of molesting 2 generations of his family members under the new pedophilia law in Florida, which he supported. He supported this law. Caruso could face execution for these crimes if tried and convicted. Now, I will pause to point out, Florida, they did do that law, right, where it's death penalty for pedophiles. However, it's also unconstitutional, federally, to give anybody other than murderers the death penalty. So, that law is sort of null and void. If somebody were to sue to say, if you were to sue and say, I don't want the death penalty, the federal court system would say, yeah, that's cruel and unusual to give the death penalty to anybody who's not a murderer, is the way that the law currently works. There was a brief period where they abolished the death penalty in the 1970s. The Supreme Court said it's unconstitutional, but then soon thereafter they flipped that and they reversed it and they said, we have the death penalty in this country, but only for murderers. So the Florida law is not really going to hold up. But the point is, he supported a law to give the death penalty to pedophiles, knowing he is one of the most disgusting pedophiles out there. Okay, knowing that. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw this, but on social media the past week or so, there's been this picture that's been floating around of a guy at
what point, my question is, at what point do we find it so important for family time that we still are going on cruises with grandpa? At what point? At what point do we say grandpa is a no visit? Grandpa has no more stature in my life or the life of my children, on top of being repulsed by what grandpa did. Now, let's go to Maga Church, shall we?
All right, y'all. So as you all know, MAGA is currently falling apart across this country. Its popularity has imploded, and the true face of MAGA is beginning to show.
That link about the gross grandpa is in my link under trigger warning if you want to see the rest of this. Now, let's go to MAGA Church. This link will be under MAGA Devils
itself, and people are beginning to acknowledge what it really is. It's a hate movement. Republican politics and the MAGA movement, at the core of it, is literally just sadism. It's taking pleasure out of other people's pain. And the other people in question are liberals, leftists, and minorities in particular, whether it's ethnic minorities, religious minorities. They just want other people to be in pain. Okay? There's this guy by the name, a Christian nationalist MAGA guy by the name of Joel Webben, however you say his name. I don't really care. He doesn't deserve for me to pronounce his name correctly as far as I'm concerned. Well, anyway, this guy's a doozy. And so he came out here. And remember, his whole thing is that he's a Christian. He comes out here.
And remember, we have played things from this demented asshole before. But let's continue. These are the people who are speaking for the alleged right-wing Christians. This is the
explains how, actually, technically, the Christian thing to do is to let people starve. If
you for whatever reason, find yourself a senior without children, you obviously did something wrong in your life, and therefore, if you are a senior and you are not rich, you should starve.
You disagree with them. I'm not kidding. Here we go. Listen up.
If we ever come to a point where the state is not actually able to meet the physical needs of those who are impoverished in our society today, then the church will be up against a Herculean task. But one of the things that the church will have to do is the church will have to tell modern feminist pagan women no. The church will have to tell them.
When people are impoverished, so if we come upon a time when people are impoverished, the church are going to have to tell modern pagan women no. So when people are impoverished, it's that will be impoverished. Is that what he's saying? When people are impoverished, we're not going to be able to get to tax the rich. No, no, we're not going to be able to tax the rich. These people are saying this shit out loud that people are not paying attention to. So there's going to be a time. God forbid that there's going to be a lot of impoverished people. And even they're not going to even be able to get relief from this thing that these white people want to tell you is Christianity. They're going to turn their backs on you and tell you no. Are we clear on this? What they are teaching as Christianity? These right wingers? Are you guys paying attention? I hope you are.
Modern feminist pagan women? What the fuck? When was the last time you talked to a woman and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm a pagan? Like, that doesn't happen.
No. So if there's a woman who is elderly, but she chose by her own volition because she hates the patriarchy and she hates Christ and she hates traditional marriage and all these different things. She chose never to marry. She's 65 years old with blue or purple hair. She has no children because she couldn't conceive, but because she was on SSRIs and birth control and all these things her entire life. And of her own volition, she hated children, refused to have them.
Why can't you just not want to have
all of these things? If she doesn't have children, it's because of she hated men, she hated patriarchy, she this, that, and the other. She didn't want to have children out of wedlock, and she never met anyone who wanted to marry her. What about that? What about that? What if she had been pregnant and lost her children? And what about that? What if she had children? What if she had children and they lived lives and they died earlier than her? What about that? What about any of this? Because she's old and she doesn't have any children. It's because she was on SROs or whatever he's talking about, on birth control. What if she had children and they died before her at the age of 50 and 57? What about that? Do you hear what these clowns are telling you? Are call themselves preaching under the guise of Christianity? This is hate.
Kids, like, why? Like, there's plenty of people who just don't want to have kids. Why is that bad and wrong? Why does it have to be like, here's all of the political reasons why you would come to that? It's like, no, what if it's not political? What if it's just like, I don't know, I don't want to have kids. Like, what the fuck? I don't understand. All right, but it gets worse.
But because she was on SSRIs and birth control and all these things her entire life, and of her own volition, she hated children, refused to have them. Then if that time ever comes and she's unemployable and she made bad financial decisions and she's fallen on hard times and our bloated welfare state is no longer operational, then the church needs to be able to look at her and say, you starve. You starve. Glory be to God.
The church needs to be able to look at her and said, you starve. You starve. Now the church is a charity within itself. They expect you to go to church and give your tithes and offering to church, and they are a tax exempt status. But when it comes down to feeding the poor, you know, the thing that Christ did the most, you know, that the thing that Christ preached in that Bible, this man is telling you that you are supposed to look at the poor person and turn up your nose and say, no, you starve.
You starve, glory be to God. What he's saying is, if the government can't take care of you anymore, right, because the bloated welfare state falls apart, the church should also say, fuck you. That's what he's saying.
But the bloated welfare state won't fall apart for billionaires who are enriching themselves on government contracts. This link is in my description box. If you are not totally disgusted by these what these MAGA people are out here preaching and saying, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I just really don't know what to tell you. Oh my God. Let me see. Is there something else? Let me make sure. Let me make sure.
Turning now to North Korea, some actually crazy situation happening there after Trump saying he was going to abandon military exercises with the South and try to pursue a meeting with Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un actually basically spit in Trump's face and was like, yeah, I don't care about your stupid meeting or your cancellation of military exercises. You're either going to bow down, kiss my hand, and acknowledge my nuclear weapons, or nothing else is happening. And to show that he's serious, let's put this up here on the screen. The Prime Minister's Office of Japan releasing a statement this morning showing that there has now been suspected missile launches by North Korea. They say that, quote, provisional translation, but this is what they put out, ensuring the safety of aircraft, vessels, and other assets. They also put out another statement that it looks like roughly 10 different short-range ballistic missiles were fired by North Korea in the vicinity of Japan. Not exactly like new news, but you should pay attention because this is what they use to compel diplomacy and to shape these talks with the United States. It comes on the heels of Trump trying to create space for a grand diplomatic summit with North Korea, just like he did with Kim Jong-un in Singapore in 2018. But this time around, the North, in terms of their demands, are much higher for what any sort of bilateral meeting actually would look like. Here's Trump try to lay the ground, and then I'm going to give you the truth. B2, let's take a listen.
Today you said North Korea has something like 57 nuclear weapons. They've been expanding their nuclear program. Is your goal in trying to re-engage with Chairman Kim still denuclearization? And what makes you think you could be successful now when you weren't?
Well, I don't want to talk about that, but I do have a good relationship with Kim Jong-un. As you know, you've seen. He didn't like Biden. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like anybody, but he likes me. I just got along with him very good. We had great meetings. We speak. And I think our nation and I think other nations, frankly, whether it's Japan or South Korea, they're a lot safer if I'm president than if somebody else is president.
It's always very funny that he thinks that Kim Jong-un likes him and didn't like Biden or Obama. Kim Jong-un doesn't care or think about any of those people. The only thing he cares about is dying filthy rich in his mansion and keeping the 57 nuclear weapons that he has. And to show you how delusional Trump is, because he wants this imagery of meeting with Kim, which at this point, I think the North Koreans understand. And that's why their demands are so much higher. Let's put B3 up here on the screen. Trump still has the same policy as Biden and Obama, which is total denuclearization. So let's read. President Trump is pushing aides for a meeting as soon as this fall with the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, seeking to revive dramatic diplomatic quest from his first term to convince Kim to abandon his country's nuclear weapons program. Trump has privately discussed setting up this in-person discussion on his next trip to Asia. And while Trump sees another one-on-one as a chance to reopen dialogue, quote, analysts and officials said they don't expect much progress because Kim wields a nuclear arsenal that has not only grown stronger and more capable of striking the U.S. since Trump and Kim's previous 3 summits. That's actually why I think this is all so ridiculous is Donald Trump, in the midst of a war where he tried to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, struck them under the guise of diplomacy, failed to do so, failed to do regime change, and affirmed the strategic logic of Kim Jong-il and his father for pursuing a nuclear weapons program in the first place, which is, you will make us untouchable. And you, the American president, you will meet me as a peer nuclear weapons power, and I will demand what I want. You can keep your piddly denuclearization talks out because we don't care, and we have more nukes than we could ever need to eviscerate your entire homeland. And yet,
period. This link is in my description box. Bow down, under bow down. While you're paying attention to all of this bullshit that is coming out of the White House, and we have no real press to ask the real question of this White House. Let's see what Scott Bessent has been up to, as it has been reported that we are in a $40 trillion deficit. Let's see what they have to say in the Treasury Department when there have been mass fleeing from the Treasury Department because people refuse to do things illegal because they don't want to wind up in jail. Did you know about that? That people are leaving the Treasury Department because they don't want to wind up in jail. Let's see. Let's get into this. This numbnuts.
The deranged occupant of the White House has now announced his intention to punish Iran through economic blockade, meaning he has.
They announced they're going to punish Iran so badly. They're going to put the worst sanctions ever that have been put on Iran. They are going to bring them to their knees with financial sanctions. Well, if you could have did it that way, why did you spend all our blood and treasure when you had these economic sanctions that you could have put on them in the first place? Why are we over there losing a war and looking like fools over here and draining all of our munitions and unable to even protect ourselves here at home if you could have financially did that in the first place? I'm asking. I'm just asking for a friend. Being turned down by every nation that you are begging to come and join you in this ill-gotten fight that Benjamin Netanyahu demanded that you go over and fight, and you're losing and making us look like a laughing stock on the world stage. If you could have done all of this through sanctions, why didn't you? Why didn't you do it in the first place? But your Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said, yes, we're going to do this, and this is exactly, and it's going to have all of these catastrophic effects. But he can't give you any details. He's gonna come back and tell you all the details on Monday. I can't be specific. I'm going to tell you Monday.
Now publicly conceded defeat against the Islamic Republic on the military front. Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi has been quick to mock Trump's hallucination. Yemen's Ansarullah fighters have intensified their military strikes against Saudi Arabia, this time by firing drones deep inside Saudi territories. The genocidal entity of Israel has publicly admonished the UK after British Foreign Secretary Ed Miliband criticized the rogue regime of war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu for stealing more Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank to expand the illegal settlements. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, another Lego-style Iranian film. So please stay tuned. Let's talk about the absolute alternate reality currently operating out of the rogue regime of Donald Trump.
No one has given the Islamic Republic of Iran a greater opportunity to make a deal than me. Tragically for them, they have failed to take it. Therefore, today I am announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. Their navy is gone, their air force is destroyed, their military factories are now rubble, their currency is worthless, and their country is hanging by a thread. Who is he looking in the mirror when he's saying that? Is he looking in the mirror and talking about the United States when he's saying that? I'm curious. Today I am also announcing that any country that allows its financial institution, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences. You know what that means for China. China said that don't mean shit for me. You know what China said to this announcement? China said, "You don't tell us who we gonna do business with. Who the fuck you think you talking to? We're going to do business with whomever we choose to." That's what China said to this to this announcement in all of these different colors and all of these different capitalization. China said, talk that shit to somebody who gives a fuck, because what you said means absolutely nothing to with whom we're going to be doing business with. That's what China's response to this bullshit was. Okay.
Israeli slave Trump took to Truth Social to announce what he calls a looming economic D-Day. And his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, has backed him up on CNBC by promising the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world against Iran.
And again, we have asymmetric information, and I'm not sure why oil has popped up on this, because
and again, we have asymmetric information, and I'm not sure why oil has popped up on this, but you have all the cards. You have none of the cards. Isn't that what y'all told Zelensky? You have none of the cards. I'm not sure why oil spiked up over this. These people are numbskulls. We have a bunch of numbskulls running our government. But how much did you profit off of the increase in oil prices, Besser? Huh? Did you and your billionaire's buddy profit off of this spike in oil? Or were you and your buddies a part of this $100,000 a month benefit to get Trump live social post early? Therefore, you are gaming the market. Huh?
For now, and it is at the president's discretion. If we are doing the maximum economic pressure, then that means that likely there will not be a large-scale kinetic restart. But I would emphasize that is for now. And we do have control of the strait. You would have seen media reports that large amounts of energy are getting out. And I think that we can continue doing that.
He's lying. He's lying. We have control of the straits, and large amounts of energy are getting out. And he just told you the price of oil has just increased. Well, if large amounts of energy is getting out, why hasn't the price of oil decreased? I don't know. He thinks you're stupid. He thinks everyone's a Trump voter.
In the southern lane, and that I think oil markets are misinterpreting what this economic pressure means. The economic pressure means
it's the oil markets are misinterpreting what this means. So the oil markets that have been around all this, they're misinterpreting what this means. It's the oil markets. It's not you. It's not you and your unqualified ass. Okay.
That we are going to all of our allies, and this is going to be the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world, and we are going to them and saying you are either with us or against us.
Trump's deputy, J.D. Vance, was nimble-footed.
We're going to all our allies, and we're saying you're either with us or against us. Who are our allies? Whom would those allies be? Because Iran said that they are going to start striking people in Europe as well. Iran said that they are going to start striking people in Europe who are who are helping with the United States doing in Iran, and there have been reports that Iran has said they are going to start striking some of these tech interests as well. You know, these tech brothers don't have the stomach to for losing their money.
To amplify his boss's delusion.
I think that we're in a new phase of this. And what the president signaled with his truth of a couple of days ago is that, we have destroyed their conventional military. We have put an incredible amount of pressure on their industrial base they use to manufacture weapons. We're kind of now in a new phase where the most effective tool that we have is the economic pressure that we can apply to them. And this is a delicate dance because we apply economic pressure to them. They're going to try to apply economic pressure to us. But what has been true over the last couple of weeks is they felt a lot more pressure than we have. We're going to keep that going because we think that's the best way to ultimately accomplish the final objective here, right? We have to go back to the very beginning. The president said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Well, their nuclear facilities are destroyed, but the question is, do they try to rebuild them? And so fundamentally what we're trying to do is create a changed reality on the ground where not just we can say with confidence their facilities have been destroyed, but we can also say with confidence they're never going to try to rebuild. And that's the phase that we're in now.
Besant, for his part, literally.
So they told you June of last year that their nuclear facilities were obliterated. Was it June of last year? June of last year. That their nuclear facilities were obliterated. So now they're trying to. They went to a war again in February of this year to assure you that they don't have the thought of that they are going to But is that what it is now? Because I thought that you guys said that. We had to go to war because Israel said that they were going to attack, and if Israel was going to attack, that we had to attack with Israel because if Israel attacked, they were going to attack us too. And then it changed to Iran was going to attack Israel with a bomb in a couple of days. They were days or weeks away from being able to attack Israel. It's been a whole lot of bullshit. Now we are saying that in fact that they actually their military, their uranium capabilities of making a weapon had already been obliterated, but we're just going to make sure that they don't have the will to create another one. So what is it that will make us sure that a country of people will not have the will to protect themselves? What determines someone's will to protect their country? Let that sink in. You want to break their will. Is the will of the Palestinian people broken yet? Listen to what you're hearing.
Claimed that squeezing Iran's economy will completely negate the need for military operations. It's a remarkable level of confidence. Iran has been navigating heavy economic sanctions for nearly 50 years now, ever since the 1979 revolution. We have seen so-called pressure campaigns, asset freezes, and a year of intensifying regional curbs. Yet, the administration is treating this like a brand new, foolproof playbook that will magically force a resolution. Critics and diplomats are already pointing out the obvious, thinking a few extra penalties will break Tehran's resolve when half a century of isolation couldn't, while simultaneously risking a blowback that sends global oil prices through the roof, is peak economic daydreaming. But here is the glaring contradiction. Iran's foreign minister, Sayyid Abbas Araghchi, quickly dismissed the threats as a distraction from US domestic financial issues. And he might have a point. The US national debt just crossed a record $40 trillion. And I'll explain why this is important in a bit. But furthermore, China might have a point.
What is the response? The so-called economic D-Day is a diversion from America's own crisis, unprecedented debt and surging interest costs. Doubling down on failed policy will only bring further defeat and intimacy of Iran's U.S. economic terrorism threatens global economy and sovereignty worldwide.
The US national debt just crossed a record $40 trillion. And I'll explain why this is important in a bit. But furthermore, China buys over 80% of Iran's oil. Expecting global superpowers like China to tank their own supply lines because Washington declares it so is highly unrealistic. After 47 years of enduring embargoes, Iran's economic pathways are deeply entrenched. Rather than crippling Tehran, the immediate casualty of this announcement was the US bond market itself, completely erasing previous treasury gains within 24 hours. It begs the question, who is this economic pressure really hurting?
I think that once the market understands that we are focusing on fiscal consolidation and that we are trying to bring the market back into equilibrium in a thinly traded market, I think I'm confident that bonds will continue declining. We've got a spike in oil prices today that I don't really understand. Our announcement is for economic action, and I think that the economic action will mean that oil prices will come down sooner.
And let's not forget Trump's own warning about the US debt potentially reaching $24 trillion in 2016. This is what slavery to a genocidal entity does to you.
Because we really do have to get going. Because if we have another 3 or 4 years, we're at 18 trillion now. We're soon going to be at 20 trillion. According to the economists, who I'm not big believers in, but nevertheless, this is what they're saying, that 24 trillion, we're very close. That's the point of no return. $24 trillion. We will be there soon. That's when we become Greece. That's when we become a country that's unsalvageable.
Behind the public posts and economic threats, there is an even more alarming development brewing. Reports are circulating that the administration, I'm talking about the Trump administration, is so frustrated by Iran's persistent resilience that the potential use of nuclear weapons has entered high-level strategy meetings. Don't take my word for it. Listen to former Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, an instrumental figure in Trump's political campaigns, who publicly broke ranks to sound the alarm.
So the president was upset because I informed everyone that they were actually talking about lowering the threshold to use nuclear bombs on Iran, which is absolutely shocking and unthinkable. And so he's calling me names again, of course, because that's what President Trump does, is he acts like a bully on the playground and loves to call everyone all these names. However, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't really hurt anybody anymore because he's so unpopular. And so he said it was fake news, but that's his typical way of pivoting and trying to cover things up. He always calls things fake news when he's trying to cover it up, or he just doesn't like it. If any press person asks him a question, he'll say, "Oh, fake news, you're fake news," simply to pivot away and avoid the topic. But, however, what he didn't.
Oh, bitch, please. And you was right there pumping him up until you weren't. The fuck out of here.
Sensitive site at Najran Airport and a major Aramco oil facility. But it's what is happening inside Yemen that should have everyone on high alert. Internationally recognized government forces in Yemen have completely broken the ceasefire, launching a massive multi-front counter-offensive. We are talking about at least 81 targeted military operations in the last 24 hours alone. Flashpoints are raging across Marib, Taiz, and Hajra. Government commanders are calling a decisive push to take back territory, and the Houthis are responding in force, rushing over 2,000 fighters and heavy rocket launchers to the western coast. Their goal? Seize control of the vital Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And if that wasn't enough, the Houthis are now threatening a second phase of this war. They're warning of a total naval blockade across the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the Arabian Sea, coupled with border incursions. Iran's Revolutionary Guards even chimed in today, publicly warning Saudi Arabia that they wouldn't be able to contain what's coming. Throw in a separate chaotic hijacking of a tanker off Yemen's coast today, and the entire region is turning into an absolute powder keg. This is a massive escalation that could disrupt.
Yes, there was a report of a tanker that was caught actually in the Red Sea, not in the Bab-el-Mandeb Strait, in the Red Sea.
Global trade and energy markets overnight. Now over to the situation in Palestine and the global humiliation of the UK. It took exactly one statement for the British government to find out where they truly stand in the eyes of the genocidal entity of Israel. Just one statement. For months, successive British governments have bent over backwards, twisting themselves into absolute moral pretzels to defend, justify, or look the other way as Gaza was completely being decimated. They refused a full arms embargo. They tiptoed around international courts. They hid behind carefully focused group phrases about restraint while playing diplomatic shield for a regime facing plausible allegations of genocide. But then the UK's newly appointed Foreign Secretary, Ed Miliband, decided to draw a line in the sand. The Israeli government greenlights tenders for 1,200 illegal settlement homes in the notoriously sensitive E1 area of the occupied West Bank, a move openly designed by far-right ministers to cut the West Bank in half and completely erase the possibility of a Palestinian state. Miliband called it an unacceptable and destructive act and threatened targeted sanctions. But how did Israel respond to its loyal, long-time protector? With absolute, unmitigated contempt. Israeli terrorist Gideon Sa'ar immediately fired back, publicly slapping down the UK. He called Miliband's tone patronizing and said that it was absurd, in his words, for Britain to lecture the Jewish people about where they may live in their historic tiny homeland. Then another Israeli terrorist, Ben Gavir, joined the pylon, mocking the UK, telling Miliband the British mandate ended in 1948 and telling him to worry about London turning into a caliphate. The sheer
all that staying quiet as the Palestinian people were slaughtered. All of this coping, all of this putting British people in jail for saying anything that the Palestinian people had the right to live, and jailing them. And then when the new prime minister had the audacity to push back on a illegal settlement, look what happens.
Staggering irony.
Is there anyone surprised? Anyone surprised? Okay. That's all I got for you guys. There's nothing surprising. Absolutely nothing surprising. These people are just. That's all I have for you guys. All of the links are in my description box. That last link that I just added was the last link that I added to my description box. Hope you guys have a fabulous remainder of your weekend. And that's it for me. All right, guys. I appreciate your support. And I'll catch you on Monday. God bless you, and goodbye.